Sword of Coming Chapter 1239. Chapter 1239. Writing a juvenile book. There is a row of small bamboo chairs under the eaves of the thatched hut of Baijiantai. Among them is a girl in a mink hat, with a leisurely attitude, sitting in the slanting sun. Ever since Lao Defer started cultivating at Jiamao in the worship sword platform, it has been a lot more lively here. Of course, it may also be because Bai Xian returned to the mountain from the lower sect. As soon as Bai Xian returned, Chen Lingjun often came here to chat. In addition, the old man, as soon as Deaf Air entered the mountain, he was given an important task by Master Qin. He had to deal with Xiago from time to time, and Xiago was pulled by the white-haired boy. He worshipped the dock with Guozhuzhou and was promoted as the leader of the alliance. This is probably the so-called situation. During the meeting, the place was packed with distinguished guests, turning the originally deserted sword worship platform into a village head for exchanging information. Today, there are a lot of people crowded here again, and there are almost not enough bamboo chairs and benches. The strange thing is that today everyone was given a piece of sweet watermelon. They left it for an hour in the mountain stream. The millet grains squatted by the water and stared at it. Then they took it to the old cook. The kitchen knife fell straight down. Zhu Lianxiao asked where it came from. "Come on, this thing is not in season right now." Xiaomili laughed and said that the good mountain master stole it from the sand of the island where a small fairy sect was located when he went to sea. He put a big watermelon under each arm and ran away after stealing it. It was probably an ordinary thing there, unattended, and no one noticed the whereabouts of the good mountain master. At that time, Zhu Lian nodded and said it was very good. Xiaomili grinned. The big watermelon looked delicious. In the private dojo at the foot of Fuyao, Shanzhu Qin, who was attacked by a thief, left a whole watermelon for himself and sat in the corridor to eat it. Taoist Ding, who was sitting next to him, had long since quit eating. Although he was not greedy for such ordinary fruits, he felt that Mr. Qin was too lonely. Not like the usual style, unusual. Chen Pingan ate very slowly and became distracted from time to time. Taoist Ding asked, "When will Mr. Chen prepare to teach the ascension method?" Chen Pingan came to his senses and said with a smile, "Wait until I finish eating." Upon hearing this, Taoist Ding immediately felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He immediately stabilized his Taoist mind, sat cross-legged, placed his hands on his abdomen, and breathed deeply. Although Mr. Qin has lived here for a while, Mr. Qin has never got into the main topic, but Taoist Ding stays here and feels peaceful. Even if he has nothing to do all day long, he does not feel like he is wasting his time. He practices qi on time and occasionally flipping through the books. Time passes by, looking for poems behind closed doors in late spring, waiting to see the plum blossoms after the snow. Before I came, I always felt like I was waiting, and when things came, I felt nervous again. Taoist Ding couldn't help but look at the watermelon a few more times. No matter how he looked at it, it was just a cheap summertime thirst-quenching thing for ordinary people in the market. And that Shanzhu Qin, who would not spit out the seeds when eating watermelon, had a pile of watermelon rinds piled around him, and he raised his hand to pat his stomach. Chen Pingan wiped the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "If you cultivate the Tao, there will be no dirt or blemishes. If you cultivate your mind, you should wipe it diligently." The so-called asking the mind is to clean a room and sweep all the dark sides into a small corner without any turning or twisting. There is room. We also need to distinguish between a broom, a dustpan and dirt. Shanzhu Qin, who had eaten a whole watermelon, looked calm and spoke plainly, and what he said was commonplace. However, the more Taoist Ding listened, his scalp became numb and he became more and more guilty. It is said that it is a preaching and ascending method. Mr. Qin, who is protecting and observing the Taoism, is he going to be cruel and deadly to himself? You need to be aware that some words in the book are deliberately loud and frightening, such as how someone needs to die in order to gain a lively way. Why should we find a way out of death? If we consider ourselves among thousands of knights, we should use great perseverance to create a place for ourselves and see strength among the ancients. In the past, Taoist Ding didn't have a deep understanding of such empty principles. Because he was a good monk, he didn't have this kind of personal pain. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Taoist Ding, let me start a small stove for you first. Be careful, pay attention, and remember it carefully. Remember that Goquan's life is in troubled times. The word Goquan has unlimited skills. You must remember your life. It is not only what life is called." Taoist Ding looked at Mr. Qin, who warned him earnestly, and felt that he was a dead man in Chen Pingan's eyes. Chen Pingan's expression became amiable, and he asked with a smile, "If life is like a book, what kind of opening would Taoist Ding want? Is it from a poorer family, or from a higher starting point? Does life start earlier or later?" "A little." Taoist Ding couldn't speak. Chen Pingan thought to himself and said, "I have already thought of the name of this book for my Taoist friends, and it is called Youth." Taoist Ding knew something was wrong. Chen Pingan's eyes were playful and he said, "When things come to a head, there is no way to avoid it. There is no other way to retreat." Taoist Ding's hair stood on end. In an instant, with a plop, Taoist Ding fell backwards and fell to the ground. He didn't know when he woke up. Taoist Ding, who fell to the ground and had completely slept to death, heard the last words in his ears, filled with murderous intent. "Withdraw your troops before the battle. Kill them according to law. Don't look at the Taoist priests who have been thrown away to attain enlightenment. I finally dared to steal the watermelon and eat it." Chen Pingan looked down at the watermelon rind at his feet, looked up into the distance, and said to himself, "Maybe what I eat is freedom." Outside the sky, two old men are having a show. Yu Xian praised Mr. Chen Daoyu for daring to think and do, and the old scholar said something about it. The old master said that the lineage of literary saints really needs to be carried forward, and the old scholar said that you, Taofu Mountain, are prosperous. Gu Qingsong, whose Taoist name is Xiancha, had nothing to do, so he wandered around in a small boat and traveled across the Sea of Stars. He originally wanted to find the ruins of the ancient heaven, exchange a few words with his master, and say thank you for your hard work. Unfortunately, the journey was too far, and Gu Qingsong had no choice but to return the same way. Since he was in a bad mood, he wanted to have a few words with Yu Xian. As a result, I saw the old scholar and Na Yu Lauer, happily drinking wine. "How are you two brothers?" The old scholar quickly waved his hand and asked Brother Xiancha to have a drink with him. Gu Qingsong glanced at the silent Yu Lao Shen Xian and waved his hand. "I am of a low level and do not have the status of a sage like an old scholar. This kind of wine game, which must be 28 levels in total, is beyond my reach. Even if you get up, you can't reach Yu Shishi's wine table." Gu Qingsong turned the bow of the boat and said, "I will support my shabby boat, and you will drink your status wine." The old man who got the nickname Yu Shishir for nothing was so exhausted that he was so poor that he didn't dare to speak. When the stern-faced Josie was far away, Yu Xian sighed. There was really a reason why Headmaster Lu did not dare to accept this person as his direct successor. The old scholar laughed softly and said, "If not, Gu Qingsong would be worried that his master would forget a disciple who was not named in the first place." Yu Xian nodded, deeply convinced. Yu Xian asked in his heart, "Pindao has a rough guess about fellow Daoist Chen's method of ascension." The old scholar hesitated for a moment and said, "In this matter, Taozu said a few words in the backyard of Old Man Yang's medicine shop, which is very important." Note 1. Yu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The old scholar laughed and said, "What the Taoist said is not an inspiration. It can only be regarded as a refined summary of the previous ideas. The Tao and the road are in harmony with each other. Yu Xian took another breath. On the flower shadow peak of Tiaoyu Mountain, the 8 boys and girls had different evaluations of the different masters who taught them. It is said that Mr. Gontang, who was enshrined in Luola Mountain, was an old master who taught seriously and never talked about knowledge elsewhere. He can explain the truth in a profound and simple way and has great preaching skills. Taoist priest Liang Chaoguan teaches in class. He speaks in a soft and glutinous local accent, and his words are concise. There is no need to read any books. He talks endlessly and is fascinating. Bai Feng's tone of voice has no inflection and makes people fall asleep. Lu Baiyu's lectures were uninteresting and he was more nervous than the 8 people attending the lecture. Sweat formed on his forehead as soon as he spoke. But outside of class, when 8 people asked him for advice, he changed completely. He was profound and elegant, with precise reasoning, unruly and unruly. He occasionally made a few jokes and joked, and his demeanor was completely different from that in the classroom. As for Xiago, who called herself Bai Jing, she also named herself several titles such as Master and Chief Instructor. None of the 8 people could understand or learn what she taught. Here at the sword worship platform, Xiago, who seemed to be sleepy today after sharing the spoils and eating melons, suddenly yawned, sat up straight, and gave orders. "Gone, I heard the mountain master say before that you can rise to the level of sword chi. The origin of the ranks of the great sword immortals at the top of the Great Wall seems to be very unusual." Regarding this matter, the mountain master did not say much, and helped you to pass it off, saying that a jar of old wine will become more fragrant with age, so don't hide it. Tell me. He always calls the old deaf boy a general worshipper, which shows that he is too addicted to officialdom. Xiago imitated Bai Xian, who liked to give people nicknames, and gave him this name. The old deaf child complained in his heart, Shanzhu Qin was also too talkative. A wrinkled old face, but a smile bloomed. There's nothing worth saying. I just had a bad temper when I was young. When the 2 armies were facing each other, after 3 glasses of wine in the big tent, I couldn't. Now that I knew who I was, and I was being harassed by an old man from Guanxiang, I went up to the top of the city alone with my sword, called Qin the boss swordsman, and challenged me to a duel. The boss Jianxian agreed. Bai Xian was shocked and said, "You weren't killed by the boss sword fairy?" Chen Lingjun was even more shocked and said, "Good question. How can ordinary people ask such tricky questions?" Bai Xian thought to himself, that's right. If you chop him to death, the old deaf boy won't be able to pretend to be a master here. After all, Bai Xian was Bai Xian. He stretched out his palm to cover his mouth, turned around and asked softly, "Xiazishi, is the old deaf boy a ghost that lingers?" Xiago shook his head, "A great living person." Bai Xian originally wanted to refute the second-place enshrinement, saying that the old deaf boy is not a human being, but when he thought that Xiago was also from the wild monster clan, he decided to forget it to avoid accidental injury. Miyu sneered and said, "You are not brave enough to climb up the pole and stretch your neck to wipe the sword edge of the boss swordsman. Or ask the boss swordsman to hold the sword forward with one hand, but do not need to hand the sword, and you can stride forward by yourself, rush towards the tip of the sword and stab yourself to death." The old deaf child turned a deaf ear to the sarcastic words of Mida Jianxian. He just subconsciously straightened his back, clenched his fists, and placed them on his knees, with a look of nostalgia on his face. It's like drinking a jar of old wine. The alcohol is too strong. After a night, the drinker smashes it in his mouth, and there seems to be an aftertaste. The old deaf boy was finally willing to take off the jar of old wine and drink it with others. This time to reminisce about old times, I called the boss swordsman by his first name. Qin Qingdu, who had not asked anyone about swordsmanship for many years, and who had not been asked about swordsmanship for even more years, raised his hand and asked for a standard long sword, saying that he would let me perform the swordsmanship that I am most proud of in my life. There were more than 50 attacks and defenses, during which Qin Qing handed me 2 swords. Of course he gave way to me on purpose. No matter what, it is a unique deed in the 10,000-year history of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Even if it was Bai Xian and Mi de Jianxian who were like this, the local sword cultivators who had never taken the old deaf child seriously felt that the old deaf child was not good after hearing this. Xiago was probably the only one who listened with little interest, but Gontang was at Huayin Peak and had no credit but hard work, so she didn't say anything. In the ancient years when Bai Jing and Xiao Imo were traveling far and wide with swords in the human world, Qin Qingdu at that time was actually not that strong. It's not that Qin Qingdu didn't have great swordsmanship at that time, but he couldn't put a big distance between himself and the swordsmen in the world. Moreover, it seems that Qin Qingdu has a special status, and many fellow swordsmen are trying their best to conceal Qin Qingdu's growth, especially deliberately reducing the number of sword exchanges between Qin Qingdu and ancient Taoist priests. In addition, at the same time, there was the unidentified swordsmanship leader. After all, he was a transcendent existence that represented all swordsmen in the world and ranked among the top 10 in the world, so he was recognized as the number 1 person. Moreover, Qin Qingdu was accompanied by Yuan Xiang and Long Jun. They were all very skilled in swordsmanship. Even if they were not as good as Qin Qingdu, the difference was not obvious. Due to Bai Jing's high spirits during the battle to reach the sky, she was seriously injured and had to sleep for thousands of years, causing her to miss many things. Therefore, Xiago today does not particularly understand why several worlds in 10,000 years will respect Qin Qingdu so much, as if they regard him as a god. Chen Lingjun was filled with admiration and clapped his hands. "Brother Longxing, you have such great achievements that are worthy of special mention. Why are you so boring? If you leave me alone, I would have been beating gongs and drums and shouting at the top of my lungs." Some of the feats that can be called unique are not because Chen Lingjun doesn't want to show off to others, but they are truly unspeakable. After all, he was living under someone else's roof and was working as an errand in the Luoluo mountain. The old deaf boy suppressed his temper and said something serious. "I treasure my broom and I shouldn't say it." On the top of the great Sword Qi Wall, Qin Qingdu was challenged to a duel, fighting swordsmanship with swordsmanship. The key is that Qin Qingdu actually agreed to this question of swordsmanship with great disparity in strength. Qin Qingdu is not a stupid scholar. He doesn't need to use various methods to improve his performance so that he can brag to others. That's not something that can be described as glory despite defeat. If it weren't for Lao Defer's pure swordsmanship, Qin Qing would never have given up such a huge reputation. The old deaf child can indeed be proud of having fought in this battle. Miyu wears a white robe and jade belt all year round, and hangs a sword-raising gourd named Haoliang from his waist. A handsome and distinguished man, a swordsman and a romantic man, he is indeed worthy of sect Master Cui to open a special show for him. There are many recognized handsome men in the Jianqi Great Wall, including Qi Tingji, Sun Juyuan, who is still young in appearance, and of course Wu Qingpei, and Mi Yu who is drunk in Yunxia. Wu Qingpei and Mi Yu are also called double jewels by foreign female cultivators. As for the younger generation, there are Pang Yuanji, Chen Sancho and others. The white-haired boy, who was the music compiler, squatted in the corner, and she silently wrote down this stroke. Chen Pingon suddenly appeared at the sword worship platform and said that he might need to truly retreat for a period of time. Recently, except for Xiao Mili, who is still patrolling the mountain at Fuyolu, the rest of the people are waiting, so there is no need to go there and be rejected. Instead of using the sword or shrinking method to return to the foot of Fuyao, Chen Pingon chose to walk down the mountain. He called out to the lazy girl in the mink hat, and the one who raised his arms and shouted all the way to wish the Yingguan ancestor a smooth retreat and a successful exit. The ascended white-haired boy. Seeing this scene, the Yingguan ancestor, who still had to listen to the sound, looked as usual, but the old deaf man was actually very worried. But Senior Bai Jing's voice suddenly sounded in my heart, "I'm not drinking your old wine in vain. I'll teach you 2 sword skills later. I don't care whether you can master them or practice them successfully." The old deaf boy burst into tears of gratitude, stood up sternly, and without saying a word, he lowered his head and clasped fists with the other side of the mountain road. Bai Xian and Chen Lingjun looked at each other. Why did the old deaf boy who was the least enlightened become so sensible? Could it be that he was possessed by the immortal Jia? Compared with the old deaf boy who entered the mountain later, Zhong Qian, a martial artist who came here to join in the fun with his good brothers, had only been in Luola Mountain for a few days. In terms of fighting ability, he was far behind the old deaf boy by more than 1,000 miles. Zhong Qian, whose name can easily be mistaken for a woman, is the #1 martial artist in Ohua Blessed Land, Grandmaster Zhong, and is at home in Luo Mountain. At the dinner table before, Zhong Qian had asked about the identity of Gontang worshipper at the sword-worshipping platform. If their realms were not much different, did it mean that she could also be a worshipper? As a result, the old cook said that the old deaf boy was an Ascension Realm sword cultivator. Zhong Qian ate 2 more bowls of rice. That day, the old chef rarely took the initiative to cook a few more dishes to go with the wine, and took Zhong Qian to drink some wine and chat for a while. Zhu Lian asked Zhong Qian if she knew her own strengths and weaknesses. Zhong Qian said that she had no strengths and weaknesses and was just a gangster. Zhu Lian then smiled and said that there are people in the world who are nervous, as if their body and mind are curled up, and there are people who are relaxed and comfortable. The style of the family and whether the rules are strict often depend on the person and character of the head of the family. This is also the reason why many of the most powerful children of the family dare not breathe at home. They are so reserved when walking, talking, eating, and studying at home that they dare not contradict their elders with even a few words. As soon as he leaves the house, he becomes completely different from the other person. He behaves rebelliously, is arrogant and rude, and has a vicious and violent personality. To a large extent, it is a way to vent his anger and a kind of revenge. It's even more of an unconscious compensation. At that time, the boy in Xingyi and Mi Dajiangxian were both present. Chen Lingjun couldn't stop laughing. He reached out and slapped the table, saying that Grandmaster Zhong didn't understand this. "Old cook, you are just showing your flirtatious look to a blind man. If Zhong Qian gets angry when she hears such words, then she is not Zhong Qian. She chuckles and says that Jing Qing understands me, and anyone who understands me will be singled out." Chen Lingjun wanted to fight Zhong Qian on the spot, and the 2 brothers knew each other well in boxing. Of course it's punching. However, Miyu has realized something and plans not to pretend to be lazy all year round. Zhu Lian went on to say that we may not be good talkers, nor may we be good listeners. We may understand what others said and what was hidden in their words. But we may not know why they say or do this. There are 2 different things between passively following the crowd and actively following the local customs. After understanding the twists and turns of the world and human relationships, I sat down at my own table and lifted my wine bowl. Whether I was in awe or took a sip of silence, I felt like I was on my own. Otherwise, you will be put in a sack by the world and people, and you will be slapped with a sap. We will always stumble by the same people and the same things, make the same mistakes, and suffer the same hardships. When Zhong Qian heard this, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Does the old cook want me to practice boxing well so as not to lose my title as the #1 martial artist in Fudi?" The old cook has good intentions. He really thinks of himself as his junior. So Zhong Qian actually felt warm and moved at that time. As a result, Zhu Lian endured it again and again. Finally, he couldn't hold it back any longer and started pointing at Zhong Qian's nose and yelling, "I want you to be discerning and careful. Don't treat this place as a canteen." Miyu, who came here for a morning drink every day, took a sip of wine on the spot. Chen Lingjun, who often came here for a late-night snack, laughed with one hand and slapped the table with the other. When the cursing old cook's attention shifted to them, they stood up and left angrily, not forgetting to take Zhong Qian away. Zhong Qian arrived at the door and said that my brother would come back for a late-night snack in a few nights. Today, for a change, he would help me make a big bowl of spicy hot pot with meat and vegetables. At that time, there was a music editor who was standing in the corner outside the door. As part of his duties, he took out a pen and paper and wrote down this grudge. On the mountain road, Chen Pingon said, "When I returned from Fuyao Island, I was reminded by Master Yu that I passed by Dong Haijun Mansion and saw the dragon-slaying man who wanted to mobilize an army." Xia Guoxiao laughed and said, "With me by your side and so close, the mountain master can still mention their names even if he talks about Qin Qinglu and Wang Zhu." The white-haired boy, the first genealogist of Luola Mountain, was a typical person who did one thing and loved another. He asked seriously, "May I ask the Yingguan ancestor, the specific month and day when you two met?" Chen Pingon was so angry that he raised his arms high and put his fingers together. The white-haired boy shrank his neck and immediately turned around and said, "Forget it, since the ancestor of Yingguan wants to hide his clumsiness, the humble position should not be recorded in the book." Chen Pingon said softly, "The previous meal of wine at the New Year's Eve shop in Qilong Lane, please go through the process again carefully and see if there is anything missing." The white-haired boy said aggrievedly, "The conscience of heaven and earth has not missed a word. Besides, when I reported the military situation to you earlier, I planned to add a lot of details vividly." How did Wang Zhu raise his eyebrows, smile charmingly, etc.? It was Yingguan Patriarch who was impatient to hear it, so he directly replied, "Stop talking nonsense, ah." Bai Jing smiled and said, "I don't think I've heard of this. Captain Kong Ho, hurry up and explain it to the chief captain. It'll help you and Leader Guo claim credit later." They roped in Guozhuzhou and secretly formed a small mountain group. They had a deep friendship, and they were like good sisters who had become sworn friends to Jinlan and exchanged posts. In the hometown of Qin Shanzhu and Yingguan Patriarch, there has always been a custom of going from house to house on New Year's Eve in the town. The old people and women would set up a table of wine and food and be responsible for entertaining the guests at home. The adults sat down to drink, while the children came in groups and shouted when they came in, begging for some fruits and snacks. Last year in Qilong Lane, when Shi Rou and the little mute were sitting by the brazier to watch the new year, they met Wang Zhu who came to ask about dinner. Shi Rou was originally polite and asked Ji Gui if she wanted to sit down and have a drink. I never thought that Wang Zhu, who was already the king of Donghai Sea at that time, actually agreed and praised Shi Rou's plate of smelly mandarin fish. For some reason, Shi Rou always felt that Wang Zhu was in a good mood at that time. Later, the white-haired boy who was standing on the bench next door and boxing with others also came to join in the fun. He had a few words of abandonment with the Lord of Donghai Sea whom he met for the first time and had the good fortune to be the neighbor of Yingguan Patriarch for several years. Among the words, the white-haired boy talked about Qin Qinglu, the man who killed the dragon. The white-haired boy's views were relatively general and belonged to the common knowledge of ordinary monks. She made a metaphor and felt that a powerful dragon could not overwhelm a local snake. What's more, Wang Zhu is still the local leader, and Qin Qinglu is just a snake crossing the river, so there is no need to worry about him. But Wang Zhu's answer at that time was very interesting and straightforward. The general meaning was that even if she reached the 14th realm one day, As long as she faced the dragon-slaying person, she would die if she didn't run. Note 2, this surprised the white-haired boy. He was very self-aware compared to Jigue, the maid in Mud Bottle Lane, who he remembered. The reason why the white-haired boy took the initiative to talk about such an unpleasant and taboo topic was because Wu Shuangjiang had told her on the night cruise earlier to try his best to persuade Wang Zhu to leave Haoran World and go to Sui Chu Palace. It's a pity that a white-haired boy is not the material to be a political strategist or lobbyist. As expected, Wang Zhu seemed to have recognized the identity of the white-haired boy and took the initiative to mention the Stork Tower. How could the white-haired boy dare to admit this? Wang Zhu's words were probably that he declined the invitation from Sui Chu Palace. When Xiago heard this, he raised his hand to hold his mink hat, with a sarcastic look on his face, "Run or die." Are these Wang Zhu's original words? The white-haired boy nodded vigorously and said, "Exactly. Today was different from last time." The white-haired boy hesitated again and again, but finally told a little more about the inside story, telling Wu Shuangjiang's plans and thoughts from her heart. Chen Pingan is not a meddlesome person. Since he and Bai Jing were specially called to go down the mountain together, he and Yingguan ancestor should treat others with extra sincerity. The white-haired boy said guiltily, "Chen Pingan, is it because I didn't say this before that something went wrong on your side?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter much. To say the least, even if it does, it has nothing to do with you." The white-haired boy said dully, "If something like this happens again in the future, I won't talk about it from beginning to end." Chen Pingan said, "No need." The white-haired boy wanted to say something else. Xiago smiled and comforted, "If it's such a big deal, you can change the story, but don't make it so complicated." Chen Pingan fell into deep thought. Of course, he didn't know a deeper inside story. As long as Wang Zhu himself is unwilling to say it, no one will be able to know the truth. It turns out that Qi Jingchen once took the initiative to find Wang Zhu and gave her a great prophecy. When you climb up to the Stork Tower, the sky is vast, and when you go down to the Stork Tower, it has a long history. Qi Jingchen even taught her how to deal with Qin Qinglu in the future and how to escape a seemingly inevitable fate. She left the palace last year, went to Wu Shuangjiang, and practiced in Guanchua Tower. It was a promising future for her, and it was probably her best move. Staying in Haoran Tianxia and avoiding Qin Qinglu can also be regarded as the middle strategy. In short, you can stay or go. But Wang Zhu was unwilling to compete with the scholar with frosty temples. Just like a naughty child who cannot listen to the teachings of his old-fashioned elders, he must be angry. "Whatever you ask me to do, I will do the opposite." Qi Jingchen finally gave her a suggestion with a smile. "If you really encounter any difficulty, go to his junior brother. You can tell him that this is senior brother Qi's request. Maybe this is the last resort." Among the two brothers from the literary saint lineage, one was the one who helped her get out of trouble, and the other was the one who formed a contract with her. No matter how much she didn't understand or approve of the way the two of them behaved, there were also decisions that she wouldn't accept even if she understood them. But as proud as Wang Zhu was, he had to admit that they were the two most important people in his life when he started over. Qi Jingchen asked his junior brother Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan begged Qin Qinglu not to hand over the sword. That's why Wang Zhu lost his temper in the main hall. She would rather take the sword and be decapitated than Chen Pingan to beg for mercy. On the mountain road, the three of them were silent for a long time. The white-haired boy asked curiously, "Before you rush to relieve the siege, since they are facing each other, the enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Do you want to fight?" Chen Pingan shook his head, "I can't fight." Wang Zhu had no intention of fighting with Qin Qinglu, not at all. Xiago didn't hide his sarcasm, "You're still in the 14th realm, you're a coward." The white-haired boy probably had a good chat with Wang Zhu last time, so he rarely defended the real dragon. When a dragon sees that person, it's like a sword cultivator in the current generation meeting Qin Qingdu. It's also like an ancient sword cultivator meeting the sword holder. Xiago rolled his eyes, but did not deny it. Isn't this what Xiaomo is like? Chen Pingan said, according to that plan, if Wang Zhu went to Qingming world, she would not have to share the world's water transportation equally with the masters of land water transportation, Mrs. Dandan, and the 4 sea lords including Li Yeho. She could even travel by water twice. First, climbing the Stork Tower is equivalent to a justifiable name recorded in the genealogy, telling the world of Qingming. Go down to the Stork Tower and follow the water into the sea. As long as there are people from the side to help the situation, it is very likely that she will merge with the 14th realm of the Tao. By then, she will monopolize the world's water transport. Then she will be able to integrate with the Qingming world Tao, and follow the trend to obtain Bai Yujing's approval. During this period, the Shilong Terrace in the Suichu Palace, which has been idle for many years, has finally been put to use as the mainstay. Wang Zhu can protect Sui Chugong in turn, so that the worst result will not occur. In short, this is a fair transaction. Wang Zhu does not need to owe favors. Xiago commented, everything is linked together and is a military strategist's work. The white-haired boy asked tentatively, Ancestor Yingguan, there is something I don't know whether to say or not. If it were normal, Chen Pingan would not give her a chance to speak. The white-haired boy said, is it possible that Wang Zhu took the initiative to walk into the New Year's shop last time because she actually wanted you to help her make a decision? Chen Pingan was stunned, frowned and said, no way. Regarding Wang Zhu's initiative to visit the New Year's Eve shop in Qilong Lane, he only thought about the first level. Wang Zhu became the Lord of the East Sea, ascended to the Ascension realm, and regained her true dragon identity. According to her usual character and temper, she would definitely not be willing to walk in brocade clothes at night, so she had to show off. Of course, this is indeed Wang Zhu's idea, but it is relatively superficial. Today is different from the past. Once her realm is higher, her vision will be broader and she will see further. Xiago chuckled and said, Mountain Master, don't think about it, it must be like this. Women understand women's thoughts best. We've reached the foot of the mountain. Just when Chen Pingan was about to use the earth-shrinking technique, Xiago's eyes sparkled. He rubbed his hands and suddenly asked, Chen Kinglius Hadao Falls and then Hadao is so fun. Can the Mountain Master tell me? Chen Pingan shook his head, even if there is speculation about this kind of thing, we can't talk nonsense. Regarding Chen Kinglius' path to harmony, he clearly succeeded in slaying the dragon, but how did he fall into the realm? How did he hide his traces for 3,000 years and return to the 14th realm again? Even Qi Tingji, an old swordsman from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, would be curious. So much so that when he met Liang again during the discussion at the Confucian Temple, he had to ask about it face to face. Chen Qinglu, who had great roots in the world, had an obscure place of origin, and was shrouded in mist during his sword-making process. In the eyes of the vast world, he rose like a comet and then disappeared in an instant, as if he had only done 2 things. A battle to kill the dragon. He accepted Jing Juzhong as his founding disciple. At that time, Jing Juzhong was present in the meeting hall of the Confucian Temple, so Liang asked Qi Tingji to ask the brother Huaixian from Baidi City. Note 3. In fact, the relationship between the 2 parties is not familiar. Liang once sneaked into Fushui, the river that pierced the Yellow River Falls, in the middle of the night. He paddled hard all the way, and the carp beat the carp again and again, and he passed the Dragon Gate. Probably Jing Juzhong, who had seen everything, couldn't stand it anymore. He was on the top of the Dragon Gate, looking at the sloppy swordsman like a drowned rat, and casually chatted with him for a few words. As a result, within a few days, there were countless reports from Shanshui Di, saying that the Lord Jing of Baidi City personally invited Liang to come to the city for talks. Some said they played a game of chess, a few games, or even hundreds of games. In the Confucian temple at that time, Jing Juzhong was probably keeping a secret for the sake of his venerable master, and of course he did not want to let a few outsiders reveal the truth about the matter. Especially Liang. Although Jing Juzhong is recognized as the #1 person in the demonic way, there are two things that surprised the monks on the mountain. One is nostalgia for the past and respecting the teacher. Gua outing in Taishu Mountain is a clear proof. It was Jing Juzhong's mountain climbing that prevented Gua outing from going down the mountain. Then there is Jing Juzhong, who seems to be particularly tolerant of his troublemaking junior brother Lu Qiqing. When Liang arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he had the same mentality as Qi Tingji and was more interested in his colleagues with superb swordsmanship and broad swordsmanship in the world. But he is the little cotton-padded jacket of the boss sword immortal, and he almost became his godson. Sword cultivators such as Mr. Dong, Chen Ji, and Qi Tingji were too embarrassed to ask, or they simply didn't ask because they knew there would be no answer if they asked. After all, the boss Jianxian never seems to talk about things outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Liang is not vague. If he has doubts in his heart, he is not ashamed to ask. Before he became the little cotton-padded jacket of the boss sword immortal, Liang crossed the Hanging Mountain for the first time. When he arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the first thing he did was to swagger up to the top of the city and ask Qin Qingdu about it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsman Liang? Qin Qingdu squinted at the short swordsman who couldn't even stand on the same level as Lu Ji when he stood on tiptoe, and replied with a smile, I know your father. Liang was indeed Liang. He laughed endlessly and slapped me with his fist. With your temper and appetite, you must protect me from now on. Probably because he felt that being happy alone was not as good as being happy among others, Liang, who couldn't even taste the wine after drinking, started to ask Qin Qingdu if he had ever heard of Bai Yi, the most proud person in the world, one of the 3 great masters of Haoran. The swordsmanship of Pei Min. At that time, Qin Qingdu just put his hands behind his back and walked around the city. Liang followed beside him, his mouth dry as he talked, and even the Jindan realm's sword cultivators he recognized had already signed up for the old man. There is really no other way, so we must use our trump card. When it comes to one person attacking a large group, Liang considers himself a good fighter, a master among masters, but that Qin Qinglu seems to be stronger, and there is no reason to be so fierce. After all, it was Liang. The boss sword fairy still gave him a sentence at that time. In fact, it was not an answer. Liang benefited a lot from hearing that sentence and learned a unique skill. Anyway, as long as you're a swordsman, no matter how strong you are, you can't beat me. You can figure out what I'm going to do with my brain. After walking for a while, Chen Pingon reached out and pressed the mink hat on Xiaogo's head, and said with a smile, don't be so impulsive in the future. You won't do it. The white-haired boy's eyes turned rapidly. Is there a story? According to the consistent style of Yingguan ancestor, this story is unlikely to have a charming and rouge atmosphere. So Xiaogo is having with someone. Xiaogo laughed and said, the heroes are happy and the sages are miserable. I am a swordsman who is unparalleled in the world. There is a solitary peak standing on the seashore of Aquarius Island, rising suddenly like a sword pointing at the sky. It is a barren land without spiritual energy, so no Qi practitioners have lived and practiced here in history, and there are almost no people in the mountains. At this moment, there was a sloppy Taoist priest with messy hair on the top of the mountain, barefoot and carrying an umbrella. This Taoist gut signed himself as a Taoist with 300 coins and was nicknamed Huainan. When the Confucian temple was consecrated to the 5 mountains of Beipingzu, Taoist Gu once appeared at the Zishan mountain in Zhongyue to congratulate the tiger mansion from a distance. The real person was not acquainted with him in person. Even the tiger Jin Qing failed to recognize the Taoist priest's feet, but was caught by Qin, who recognized the goods. Qing Lu found clues. The Zhongyue Mountain and Zishan Mountain in the territory of the old Zhuang dynasty were once one of the many alchemy places for old Taoist priests. Lao Tiger, who later chose Jin Qing as his successor, was actually a fire-burning Taoist boy who served Gu Xianjun for hundreds of years from the beginning. Before the old Taoist priest went out to travel, he did not tell the young Taoist boy about his return date. He only left an unknown prophecy to the latter. Daizhong Peak would be mastered by a quarrier who sincerely respects incense. Previously, Chen Qinglu took the old Taoist to meet his junior disciple Lu Qiqing and his disciple Gu Kan, and introduced him as fellow Taoist Ziqing. According to the barefoot Taoist priest himself, he and Chen Qinglu were half-friends. Note 4, the old Taoist frowned. The person we were waiting for here was Chen Qinglu, who was going on a long sea voyage. He told him to wait for a while and then go back. Of course, he might not go back and just say goodbye, so fellow Taoist just said need to wait half an hour. Of course Daoran Gu knew what Chen Qinglu was going to do. It wasn't that he didn't want to persuade him, it was just that he couldn't persuade him to stay. He couldn't persuade him at all. The old Taoist priest looked melancholy. Old friends died one after another on the road, and farewells often turned into farewells. Unfortunately, spring grass still grows in the same place every year. On the top of the mountain, next to the barefooted old Taoist, there were two people who could fight each other with 8 poles. One was a little intimate, and the other was a little anecdotal. The old one and the young one have recently moved here to build a well in Gufeng Mountain. The old one is Gudoran's younger brother, Wei Benyuan, the old head of the Wei family in Taoye Lane, Lizhu Cave. Or, to be precise, he has recovered his memory. The predecessor of the Taoist priest Wang Min, he, like Lu Yu, a native of Lizidongshan, was one of the unnamed disciples of Mr. Sanshan Zhouho. After the accident that happened in Lizhu Cave, it took root and was reduced to a blessed place. Wei Benyuan left his hometown and chose to live in seclusion in a mountain call outside Zushqingfeng city to refine alchemy. The main reason was to help his maid Taoye, who regarded him as his own granddaughter. Seeking the opportunity of the Fox Kingdom to see if she has the good fortune to become the master of the Fox Kingdom first, and then the new master of the entire Fox clan. If she can succeed, then of course Taoye will be able to reach the 14th realm in the future. It can be reconciled, at least there is a glimmer of hope. It's a pity that it didn't work out. Taoye did indeed get a great opportunity in the Fox Kingdom. Logically speaking, he could follow the plan step by step. Taoye would encounter various opportunities on the road of cultivation, such as overcoming tribulations and cultivating Taoism. But before long, everyone in the Fox country was abducted and returned to their hometown, Luo Mountain. Wang Min has nothing to do about this. The book says that even if you wear iron shoes, you won't be able to find it, so why does it take no effort at all? How come I came here to work hard, but the mountain has grown and gone away? Fortunately, Wang Min is open-minded and thinks that this is the so-called divine will in the dark. He insists on forcing it, but his efforts are insufficient, and he misses the opportunity because of it. Miss Taoye girl. Wang Min confessed his thoughts and plans to Taoye, and Taoye was even more generous. Instead of complaining, she felt relieved. Deng mad sangyo preparation luo mosquito chaos mu sang mother. Yes. Shun purple camphor place wangchao tuan wumi feed. Taoist Gut smiled and asked, Taoye, let's just talk about the matter without mentioning your intentions. Do you really want to care about it? Or is it because Luo Shan has ruined your future, and you don't have any resentment in your heart? Tao Ye was stunned for a moment. Gu Daoren continued, to use an analogy that is not particularly appropriate, if you are at a gambling table and you place a small bet, you have a chance of winning a big one, but as a result, the entire gambling table is taken away. Tao Ye carefully replied, Uncle Gu, I don't like gambling. Tao Ye seems to be ignorant and simple, but in fact, her little calculations are so loud that even Luo Luoshan may have heard her. An orphan from Muping Lane in her hometown could reach this point, but she didn't think she had what it took to compete with Master Qin. Why would she risk her life to become his enemy? What's more, the other party didn't deliberately remove a gambling table against her. The little capital she left on the table and the gambling money she earned from trying her luck were not taken away at the same time. She could just accept it as she saw fit. The two Taoist priests looked at each other and smiled. Wang Min looked at the vast sea and asked softly, Brother Gu, you won't make a big fuss, right? Taoist Gu said, it's impossible to tell. The method of yin and yang derivation and calculation can't calculate the 14th realm, so it will take a detour on its own. That Taoist friend is a solitary person, barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. Occasionally, he can be motivated. Take it upon yourself. Wang Min said, didn't that fellow Daoist Qing Zhu still have a Baidi city and disciples? He was passed down from the Dao lineage. Taoist Gu laughed dumbly, fellow Taoist Qing Zhu, even if there is a quarrel, does he still need to worry about the safety of his first disciple? Wang Min was speechless. Taoist Gu sighed, I just hope that the road of the world will turn around, and not be like today's confrontation between the two. The matter was so important that Taoist Gu even asked his master if there was a way to solve it, but Mr. Sanshan Jiuho did not respond to his direct disciple's voice at all. If we talk about dragons in the world, all dragon descendants, Narcissus, and all Qi practitioners who practice water magic in the world will be defeated by Qinkinglia swordsmanship to varying degrees. If you go back a little further, you will come to an even more shocking conclusion. A place near water in the world is equivalent to the dojo of sword cultivator Qinqing Lu. If we make a bold assumption, after 3,000 years of silence, quietly sharpening the edge of the sword, now the long river of time, to Qinqing Lu, is it a kind of water in a broad sense? What's more, being able to delete the name of a natal flying sword, upgrade it from a double-character flying sword to a single-character flying sword, and then polish it to perfection, this is where Qinqinglia's heritage and confidence lies today. This is also a gift from the Great Road that completes the merits of the dragon-slaying battle. 3,000 years ago, there were countless dragons in the world, and there were more and more dragon palaces in the rivers and seas on land and sea. The Confucian Temple needed to write a separate book for them. The sons and grandsons of the dragon, who enjoy great achievements in the Book of Merit, act rebelliously and refuse to be controlled by the gods of mountains and rivers. They go to war with various swordsmen and immortals, causing trouble and ruining their lives. In the end, they are separated from the Confucian Temple. I have unknowingly fallen into a situation of heaven is disgusted. You must know that the earliest ancient sword immortals, for example, just talking about the ancient Shu realm, did not go there to hunt for treasures, they simply couldn't stand it anymore. Lu Shen, who seemed to be unable to float in the sea on a boat, once advised those ancient dragon kings with the highest status to restrain themselves and rectify them, otherwise their incense will be extinguished. Do not believe. It may also be that the long-standing evils are so deep that the illness is difficult to cure. Even if those dragon kings who have experienced the battle to reach heaven are unable to make a difference, even if they want to make a difference. Wang Min said worriedly, they are both swordsmen, one is an old 14er, and the other is a young swordsman with excellent abilities and backgrounds. When they meet, it is easy to break up if they disagree. Although he had recovered his realm cultivation and memory of his previous life, he still subconsciously regarded himself as a native of Lizhu Cave Heaven. And Chen Pingan is the most outstanding figure among the younger generation in his hometown. Wang Min does not want such a young man to be overshadowed and lost to everyone if his path is blocked. He fell into a similar situation to a certain great monk in Aai. Daoren Gut smiled and said, "From what I heard, do you think you prefer Chen Pingan more?" Wang Min looked a little proud and said with a smile, "I am not familiar with fellow Taoist Qingzhu and have never met him. But back in the small town, I was optimistic about Chen Pingan very early. Maybe I can be regarded as the first one." Note 5. Taoist Gu nodded and said with a smile, "When Master Chen met the poor Taoist who had never met him before, at most he would call you Senior or Mr. Gu Xian out of courtesy. When he meets you again, he should sincerely call you Grandpa Wei." The title deed to the immortal tomb outside the town is still in the hands of the Wei family. Even though the Song family of Dali was at the pinnacle of the dynasty in a country or a continent, they did not embarrass the Wei family of Taoyuan Lane in this matter, asking the latter to hand over the land deeds and buy and sell by force. Just because the specific layout of the method of trapping the dragon in Lizhu Cave was all created by the predecessor Wang Min, the realm of the immortal cemetery is the reward that the successor Wei Benyuan deserves. At that time, his master issued a decree, asking him to pick up his junior brother, Wei Benyuan from Taoyuan Lane, a Taoist priest who should never discuss yin-yang and the 5 elements with Zhou Zi. In fact, the predecessor Wang Min was not a direct disciple, but an unnamed disciple of Mr. Sanshan Zhouho. And this happens to be where Wang Min's heart lies. He wants to prove himself so much that he already has the qualifications to pass on. Xiago looks down on the Taoist priests in today's world. She feels that today's Qi refiners are not tenacious enough to seek Taoism. Not always, there are always exceptions. Because Brother Gu had revealed the secret earlier, Wang Min complained, "What did Yuzhenren think? Why did he have to let Chen Pingan wade through the muddy water? A rich man who has never worried about money in his life just borrowed some money, and in his heart aren't you happy?" Daoren Gu joked, "Junior brother, I just stand and talk without pain in my back. Why don't you borrow so much money to go out and give it a try?" Wang Min laughed loudly and said, "I want to have hundreds or even thousands of gold and copper coins. I would have borrowed them a long time ago." Daoren Gu asked, "Junior brother, do you have one?" Wang Min said, "I don't have it. That's why I said it. I got it for free." Daoren Gu stretched out a hand, "What a coincidence, I happen to have 500 gold and copper coins on hand. I will lend it to you first, and then you will lend it to Chen Pingan. Let's negotiate the interest first, and then you will calculate the interest with Chen Pingan. Whether it's a loss or a profit, we brothers and sisters, each depends on his own ability." Wang Min pushed his senior brother's arm back hard, but it couldn't be pushed back and the situation was deadlocked. Taoist Gu smiled and said, "Zhenwu Mountain has already expressed its opinions. Junior brother, you, the elder from the same village who first saw the promise of Qin Shan's road, don't you mean it?" Wang Min smiled bitterly and said, "It's better to keep a respectful distance." Taoist Gu retracted his hand, "Then let's make a compromise. The Wei family can return the immortal tomb to the Song family in Dali." Wang Min nodded and said, "Junior brother will write a letter immediately and send it to the ancestral home in Taoyuan Lane." Taoist Gu said to himself, "It is a fact that Chen Qinglu is close to Luopa Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had so many drinks with Chen Lingjun. The little boy in Tsingyi, the river snake in Huang Ting Kingdom, the nascent soul realm water dragon that has successfully desecrated it, the enshrinement of Luopa Mountain, and the blank front page of the passerby's book, all dare not write their names. If you include Jia Xing, the blind Taoist priest who Chen Qinglu first attached to, and the 2 from Luzhou in Beiju, the coachman was busy in vain, and the Confucian scholar Chen Zhuliu could all join the table. They are all Chen Lingjun's close friends who met irreversibly in their own world. Every time Daoran Good thinks of this matter and imagines this scene, he feels speechless. Above the sea, blue light appeared. Daoran Ge's heart was shaken and he took a deep breath. Wang Min, who knew the pros and cons, was even more nervous. Chen Qinglu came to the top of the mountain in an instant, shook his sleeves, and joked, "You two Taoist priests, are you so worried about worldly affairs?" Taoist Gu asked, "Have you met Master Qin?" Chen Qinglu nodded and said, "I see." Wang Min asked, "How to say?" Chen Qinglu smiled and asked, "If I remember correctly, Gu Xianjun and I have a half-baked relationship, and I am very familiar with fellow Taoist Wei. Have I, noble one, forgotten things?" Wang Min smiled and held fists with the swordsman named Qingzhu to apologize. Chen Qinglu nodded. He has a low moral character and a high spirit, which is exactly the opposite of Zhou Zi. Wang Min's face was full of embarrassment and he didn't dare to answer the question. Taoist Gu said, "Friend Qingzhu, please stop showing off." Chen Qinglu stretched out his hand and brushed his sleeves. There seemed to be sword energy left, and the electric light intertwined and crackled, making Taoist Ge's eyelids tremble. Chen Qinglu said, "Anyway, since I owe Mr. Qi a huge favor, I have to give his junior brother an equally huge favor." The first person to uncover Jia Xing back then was the scholar Qi Jingchen. Qi Jingchen also took the initiative to invite Chen Qinglius' real body, and the two parties had a pleasant conversation and had a drink. Later, because Qi Jingchen took over the affairs, he took on all the causes and effects accumulated by Lizhu Cave Heaven for 3,000 years, as well as all the counterattacks of heaven. At that time, Wang Zhu had not yet regained his true dragon status, which was equivalent to Qi Jingchen helping to take the sword, allowing Chen Qinglu, who was still in the Ascension realm at the time, to bear the backlash of the true dragon's energy. Chen Qinglu never likes to owe anyone anything, so he must pay it back. Previously at Donghai Mansion, the smart young man knew that instead of recruiting reinforcements with the old scholar and Li Sheng, he invited Mr. Qi, who did not call him senior brother Qi Jingchen. This forced Chen Qinglu to repay the favor early. Chen Qinglu said with a smile, "Don't worry, a poor boy who was an orphan from Muping Lane and grew up eating the food of hundreds of families has his own reasons to become Master Chen Shanju, who is famous today." Taoist Gu was silent. Wang Min still couldn't help but said, "Did Master Chen call the literary saint?" Daoran Gu shook his head, thinking too simply. Unlike his junior brother Wang Min, Taoist Gu has always paid attention to the sky, not to the figure of Xian Xian, but to the ceremonial saint. Chen Qing said with an exultant laugh, "How can we stop it after calling the old scholar? The only 14 realms that can be reached by Renhe's method are the 3 continents of Hedao Fuyao, Baoping and Tongye." Wang Min clicked his tongue. Chen Qinglu said calmly, "When I decide to hand over the sword, no matter how shameless I am, I can't stop it. In the sea, in that waterhouse, even if the old scholar came in person, he really couldn't stop Chen Qinglu from handing over his sword to behead his head. That's why Chen Qingdu suggested that Chen Pingon should also call the ceremonial saint. If Li Sheng is willing to return to Haoran from outside the world, Chen Qing will not be able to kill Wang Zhu for the time being. But next, your Chinese Confucian temple will be on guard against thieves." Chen Qinglu would definitely admit that Li Sheng was very capable in fighting, but he still couldn't do it to detain him and go to Gongda Forest. Unless the Li Sheng is willing to strip Wang Zhu of his true dragon identity, Chen Qinglu will accept his defeat no matter whether he falls down or goes to jail in the Merit Forest. The problem is that Li Sheng cannot do such a thing. So if that young man, who has many backers and is a swordsman in the immortal realm, dares to ignore the seriousness and is in danger without knowing it, he really thinks that with his own strength and a few harsh words, he can stop the really angry Chen Qinglu, then kill the true Dragon King Zhu first, and kill Chen Pingon as well. As for the kid's method of saving his life, there must be some tricks to the bottom of the box. It's better to become a ghost. It's a pity that someone has already reached the ghost path first. If you want to achieve the 14th realm of the Tao through this, it is destined to be a luxury. Sorry, in addition to the 14th level sword cultivator, I also have a good apprentice. As a master, I never know what Jing Huaixin wants to do. It's even less certain whether he will get involved in this matter. The problem is, can your Confucian temple determine Jing Zhezhong's true thoughts? Then don't bet. Daoren Gu glanced at the sword spirit on his sleeve and asked curiously, "What's going on?" Chen Qinglu said with a smile. A girl in a mink hat popped up out of nowhere. She said she wanted to see with her own eyes whether my swordsmanship is worthy of the 14th realm. Daoren Gu asked, "Is it Bai Jing who has reached the Ascension realm?" Chen Qinglu nodded and said, "It's her." This question of swordsmanship will end as soon as the point is made, without harming the harmony. Mainly because Bai Jing acted strangely and seemed to have been stabbed on purpose. Daoist Gu understood clearly. This makes sense and makes perfect sense. Xiao Mo, at most, is asking the young master to ask swordsman. As for Bai Jing, he was a master who dared to sneak up on the ancient scholars' convoy and rain down a sword like a heavy rain. Daoren Gu asked, "How is her swordsmanship?" Chen Qinglu had no idea of answering this question. Daoren Gu just waited patiently for the next chapter, as if he wanted Chen Qinglu to give a fair evaluation. For example, among the worlds in this world, are there any swordsmen with a similar level of swordsmanship and lethality to hers? How does the junior brother Lu Yu, who is also unnamed by his master, compare to the current Ascension Realm sword cultivator Bai Shang? How big is the gap? Or is there any sign of Bai Jing's coming together in the near future? In the next 100 years, in a good year, will she have any chance of coming together? Chen Qinglu didn't answer the question a bit. This is the sword cultivator. Sword cultivator Bai Jing is what he thinks a pure sword cultivator should look like. Taoist Gu said, "I am planning to go to the Buddhist kingdom in the west. Are you interested in traveling with me, Taoist Qingzhu?" Chen Qinglu thought for a while, nodded and said, "You can go over there and have a look." Wang Min felt complicated. "I have forgotten, but I don't know who gave me a strange, profound and incomprehensible evaluation. A swordsman in this world is a martyr." Wang Min suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and asked, "Friend Qingzhu, you are a monk in the old 14th realm, how do you view the new 14th realm?" Chen Qinglu smiled and said, "How do you see it? You don't even look at it." Wang Min was speechless again. Taoist Gu knew the reason. It was not that Chen Qinglu thought too highly of himself. Once he reached the 14th realm with seniority, he could accumulate Taoist power, widen the road, and make a so-called single-plank bridge extremely wide and have a deeper realm, especially for people like Chen Qinglu can use the results of the dragon-slaying battle to sharpen their swords and make great strides forward. Furthermore, those in the new 14th realm who were blessed by that heavy rain were either pushed by external forces, pulled by others, or even worse, took some unorthodox shortcuts. In the end, it is not as good as the old blind man Chen Qinglu who forged their own path, which is equivalent to creating their own destiny, forcing their way in, and uniting the world with their own strength. From then on, the sky is high and the sky is high and the freedom is great. Chen Qinglu put his hands behind his back and looked calm. "Those who don't know me call me crazy, and those who know me call me arrogant. What is true freedom? I only bow to myself." Note 1, Chapter 854, A Bird in a Cage, Note 2, Chapter 950, Things to Come, Note 3, Chapter 790, Preparing for War, Note 4, Chapter 1079, Half of the Book of the World, Note 5, Chapter 32, Peach Leaves. Sword of Coming Chapter 1240. Chapter 1240 Gathering the mountains into one mountain. It was raining, and each of them held an umbrella and talked endlessly, laughing and talking for a long time. Zhu Lian took a break from his busy schedule and came to the Shanmen archway to say a few words of congratulations to Mr. Jia in person. Immortal Jia often comes to the foot of the mountain to have a few personal words with Taoist Immortal Wei, who has worked hard and made great achievements. When you meet someone, you are a close friend in the world. When you meet someone, you call them brother and brother. After all, it is normal to have a deep friendship for a long time. Old Chef and Jia Lao Shinxian are not such people. These are great friendships that have been accumulated year after year. They are simmered slowly to bring out the flavor, and the true feelings are revealed after a pleasant drink. Luopa Mountain now has 2 cross-continental ferries. One is the Fengyuan ferry, bought by Master Qin from the Xuanmi dynasty in China based on his ability, and the other is a brand new Fengyuan ferry, purchased from the De Kuanyao family of Tonggishao. Thunder Car. And Jia Xing, who has been the second steward of Fengyuan ferry for a short time, is about to be promoted, because before the mountain master went into retreat, he decided to let Jia Lao Shinxian be the chief steward of the ferry Thunder Car. As for the candidate responsible for guarding the cross-continent ferry, he also let Jia Xing choose his by himself. Immortal Jia heard the string and knew what it meant. We went up the mountain to take action against the lower sect. Immortal Jia, who is already the main lecturer at the Qingping Sword Sect's Academy, can certainly tolerate this old face. Zhu Lian said that Immortal Jia was very busy. Jia Xing sighed. Pindao is not busy at all. Compared with the mountain master and Mr. Zhu, it is just a small thing to help the really tired people. Let Pindao do this and that. Is this putting a burden on Pindao's shoulders? No, the mountain master is carrying the burden on his own shoulders. If something goes wrong, with the mountain owner's character and magnanimity, he will naturally not blame others, but only himself. It is always relaxing and comfortable to have a heart-to-heart talk with God Jiao Lao. They talked happily, and when they were reluctant to part, Zhu Lian asked the old Jia to sit at the sword worship platform when he had time. Jia Sheng was more hesitant. He had long wanted to go there to worship at the top of the mountain, because he was worried that it would delay Gantang's dedication to sword refining and Taoism. Zhu Lian smiled and said no. Immortal Jia took advantage of the wind and returned to Qilong Lane, prepared some drinks and cakes, and walked into the mountain to the sword worship platform. But they were told that the old deaf boy, nicknamed Gon Fan Fan, had recently gone to Tiaoyu Mountain to preach and teach. It was hard to say when he would return. Immortal Jia stood under the eaves, calm and collected, hiding from the rain and waiting for someone. Previously, Shanzhu Qin and Protector Yu were wandering around Tiaoyu Mountain. He said that he owed many human debts and literary debts. There was absolutely no exaggeration. Over at Jisa Peak Sword Room, almost every day they receive several Feijian letters whose origins are impossible to guess. Nuanshu is responsible for receiving the letters every day and handing them over to Mr. Zhu. He has accumulated several large baskets of various invitations and letters. When Chen Pingan began to retreat, Zhu Lian still followed the point of view he had put forward before. Even if Luola Mountain was considered by the outside world to be unkind, arrogant and aloof, the owner of the mountain still only had to uphold one purpose, only name and tools, and no fake people. Zhu Lian left all the letters that he had no romantic relationship with the sender without exception. He would only record them after a while and record them in the book. Once opened, the contents of many letters were varied, including various invitations to Qin Shanzhu to participate. Celebrations, helping to inscribe inscriptions on their own study rooms and famous pavilions. If Shanzhu Qin really doesn't have time to give a calligraphy treasure as a gift, can they collect the inscriptions from the 2 seals of Bai Jiangxian and Jian Jiangxian on their own? There are also some elegant collections and poetry societies that begged Mr. Chin to come to visit, and some collections of essays sent in. I hope Mr. Chin can help write the preface and correct the content in his spare time. There are also some inexplicable private affairs of the family or sect, or it's a matter of pointing out the current affairs and criticizing the current affairs. It's up to Chin Ingguan to stand up and say something fair. Some of the letters that had to be answered were written by Zhu Lian on his behalf, imitating the tone and handwriting of the mountain master, which was easy and a piece of cake. However, for certain letters, such as Fijian's letter directly signed to Paidi Peak or Shuijing Mountain, Zhu Lian still needs to reply on his behalf and explain something to his mountain owner. Zhu Lian's replies were generally worded in a more euphemistic and elegant way, often beginning with the words, "I am deeply sorry to receive this letter." You should never take it seriously when you express love to a real person and write an inscription. I don't want to reprint 2 volumes of seals. I don't want to bring trouble to the future. It's really hard for me to agree. I don't know how to appreciate it and let down the kindness. I feel guilty. It's a pity that I am entangled with the general affairs and cannot take a look at it. The landscapes and rivers written in the letter from the leader are of wonderful shape and every word is exquisite. I am fascinated by it. You can sleep on it. The noble sect has loved me so much that I am so frightened and grateful. I have written a hasty reply without any words. Not wanting to treat himself badly, Xiago brought a few plates of fermented bean curd and pickles from Mr. Zhu's kitchen, and cooked himself a pot of hot rice porridge. Porridge and rice are the most nourishing food in the world. Weibo had important matters to discuss that day and had to go to Fuyolo private dojo in person. As a result, he was stopped by the girl in the mink hat with rosy cheeks and a bowl of porridge in her hands. She squatted in the corridor and said vaguely, "The owner of the mountain is in retreat and cannot see anyone." It's not that he minded that, who included him, Weibo just felt strange. Is this guy really in seclusion? Xiago nodded and helped clarify, it's really not laziness. I'm repeating my old trick of being the hands-off shopkeeper. Our mountain master is very serious and solemn about this retreat. Weibo looked a little embarrassed. Xiago immediately became energetic, raised his chin, tapped the white bowl with his chopsticks, and said proudly, "If you have something to do, tell me, and I will send a message to you later. I am the second worshipper after all, one of the 5 giants in Luoluo Mountain. Besides, I have the highest status and the biggest official hat." Weibo smiled and shook his head. We have to talk to Chin Pingon face to face about this matter. It's okay, and it's not that urgent. It'll come back here in 10 days. During this period, if Chin Pingon comes out of confinement, Xiaozishi will let him. He took a trip to Piyun Mountain. Xiago said, 10 days or 1 month, I can't say for sure now. Weibo smiled and said, it doesn't matter, then I will come here to order once every 10 days. Xiago asked in confusion, what's going on? Is it worthy for the Lord Knight Tour God to visit us so often? Weibo thought for a while and said, okay, you can help pass the message and tell me that there is something. His Majesty the Emperor is too embarrassed to speak, so he asked me to be the lobbyist. Since he agreed to attend the ceremony in the near future, the Emperor is afraid of you. The Master of the Mountain did not take the new Imperial Master of Dali's first appearance in the temple seriously. Although the court did not intend to make a big fuss and would certainly not make a big fuss out of this matter, but if he did not say hello to anyone, one day he went to the Imperial Palace in the capital, just to attend the morning court, and it seems unreasonable to leave immediately after showing his face. Therefore, His Majesty the Emperor's intention is to hope that he will show off a little more pomp. Xiago said helplessly, is it just like this? Is Yeo Shinjun a messenger? Weibo said with a smile, anyway, the words have been brought. How to deal with it depends on Shanju Chen's own wishes. Xiago tried to persuade him. Yeo Shinjun is leaving now. Why don't you chat a few more words? It's boring to be a doorkeeper here. The girl in the mink hat said that he was a night wandering god, and Wei Bo was really unwilling to stay for a long time. Xiago suddenly said in his heart, I flipped through Kong House Chronicle book, and it recorded a Taoist priest from Chuanzhou Mountain named Shui Qingxian. He had been here before and sat at the table at the foot of the mountain for a long time. I didn't notice anything strange at all. The state of cultivation he showed and the tone of his speech were obviously not up to par. I have been to Chuanzhou Mountain in Fuyazhou once, and it looked weird, which is not something ordinary Taoist priests can maintain. You are the master of Beiyue, did you sense anything was wrong before? Wei Bo frowned slightly, shook his head and said, I didn't pay attention either. If there was the slightest strange movement, Wei Bo would definitely stare at the mountain gate immediately. Since he has never thought about it, there are only two possibilities. Either the visitor is too ignorant and talks nonsense at the gate of the mountain, boasting and not drafting. Either he has a very high level and is able to conceal his cultivation very well, allowing both himself and Bai Jing to ignore it. The strangest thing is that if someone from the Ascension realm travels across continents to Aquarius continent now, they have to report in advance to the imitation white jade capital above the Great Li capital. If we assume that the other person is a real person who does not show his face, being able to stay at the gate of Luola Mountain for so long shows how unusual the other party is. No need to thank the dog for reminding him, Wei Bo dispersed his consciousness. After a moment, a cursory look shows that there is no trace of this person in Beiyue territory. Xiago also held his breath and concentrated. He only saw the vast mountains and rivers of Beiyue just now, like a long golden dragon swimming freely, patrolling the territory at lightning speed. Because the mind of it turned too fast, the mountains and rivers of Beiyue intertwined into a continent. Except for the Ascension stage monks and the Qi refiners, they were completely unaware of the golden light of divine consciousness that stretched like a large net. However, they could not hide it from the rest of the four mountains' divine lords. But Xiago obviously couldn't believe the effect of Wei Bo's natal magical power. He put down his bowls and chopsticks, stood up and said, If you can trust me, I can attach myself to your consciousness and investigate again. Wei Bo nodded and said, Then try again. They are both high-ranking people. With just a few words, Wei Bo used a secret method to temporarily hand over the authority of the to Xiago who was touring Beiyue together. Xiago quickly complained, There is no need to do this trick, the speed of checking the mountains and rivers is too slow. Do you look down on me? Just spread your consciousness as much as you can. Wei Bo glanced at her, Xiago nodded, and said confidently, I'm not just bragging, but the toughness of our sword cultivator's body and soul is extraordinary. Today we must let Lord Yi you have a long experience. In an instant, starting from Fuyao foothills, countless golden rays of light were thrown out in arcs, falling on the Beiyue territory far and near, crisscrossing from point to surface. This golden net is even more dense. Wei Bo put away his magical powers and thanked the dog for helping his mink hat, either you hide deeply or you run fast. It's definitely not a fuel-efficient lamp. Wei Bo said, since the other party dared to show up at the mountain gate openly and chatted with Jia Xing for so long, it is unlikely that he is some evil person with ulterior motives. Those who practice Taoism on the mountain, regardless of whether they are male or female, as long as they are in high positions, can easily attract the attention of people from all walks of life. Just take Miu, in Tongyi's Hao, even if he didn't even get off the boat, how many women on the ferry fell in love with him at first sight and started to fall in love with him? Wei Bo originally thought that Xiago had something to say, but he saw the girl in the mink hat puffed up her cheeks and blinked. As if the look in his eyes indicated, why hasn't Yeo Shinjun left yet? He has changed his mind and plans to chat more. Wei Bo turned his head and glanced at the closed bamboo house. After thinking for a moment, he was about to say goodbye and return to his study place, but he heard a sound of vomiting. Wei Bo quickly turned around and saw that Xiago had his back turned to him, holding a bowl and spitting out a bowl. The girl in the mink had raised the back of her hand and wiped the corners of her mouth without turning around to explain. Maybe she was embarrassed for the first time. Wei Bo was so considerate after all that he just pretended that nothing had happened and was about to return to Piyun Mountain, only to see the Xia dog raise his head and drink it all in one gulp. Now it was the turn of Wei Bo, who had a mysophobia, and he almost couldn't help but retched on the spot. He thanked the dog and chirped, and thought about how difficult it was to go from extravagance to frugality. He turned around and said with a smile, "Yeo Shinjun, I just remembered something, and I need to chat with you for a few words." Wei Bo smiled awkwardly and said, "Don't worry. Yi Yushinjun and the like don't seem to matter anymore." Xiago said, "Don't delay things that are urgent." Wei Bo sighed quietly in his heart and sat on the steps. "Let's talk about it." What Xiago said next is really not a trivial matter. First, he talked about the deal between Jinwu Mountain and Luolu Mountain. This means that Longji Mountain, which is recorded as Jialyo Mountain in the secret records of Dali, only has Fengshua Temple. Nod with the Longquan Sword Sect and you will have the opportunity to officially transfer it to the name of Luoluo Mountain. As for the Song family in Dali, I'm afraid Shanju Qin won't open his mouth. Wei Bo understood the idea and asked Fengshua Temple and Ruanqiong to go and help explain the matter. After that, Luo Pashan had already planned to buy the mountain. In the same way, the one who wanted to facilitate this matter the most was the Great Li dynasty, which was even more anxious than Luo Pashan. When Lizhu Cave took root, the mountains to the west of the town, including Piyun Mountain, totaled 62. Ever since the Longquan Sword Sect took the initiative to vacate land for Luopa Mountain, there are still about a dozen large and small Xianjia sects that are determined not to move. Ruanqiong is the chief minister of the Great Li dynasty and a guest of 2 generations of emperors of the Song dynasty. Even if he needs to avoid suspicion, in this way, he really can't help those dozen sects not thinking too much and not worrying. I really couldn't bear to move away. The piece of fat in my mouth was about to spit out even after I chewed it a few times, and no one wanted to put it away. They are not willing to do a business that will lose money or even lose money, but they are also worried that they are ignorant, have a bad relationship with the behemoth Luoshan, and will be resented. But they didn't have Ruanqiong's identity or Lu Xianyang's face, so they could ask Wei Shinjun to personally help move the mountain. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the Luopa mountain family is the only one in Zhenchuzu, and there is no room for others to snore on the side of the bed. It is a torrent in the human world, and the general trend is inevitable. It is impossible to stop it with a mantis arm acting as a chariot. At that time, Wei Bo moved 7 hills including Shinqiu Mountain and purchased them in 2 batches, the first 3 and the last 4. Among the 4 hills in the second time, there was the dojo allocated to Su Shaoqiao, Zhuhai Peak, formerly known as Zhushan. There is also the Yuyi Peak where the new sect leader Lu Jianxian is stationed. That Cheelfish back was leased by Luolu Mountain to Zhuchai Island in black and white. The 2 parties had already concluded an alliance a long time ago. Lu Chongrun, who migrated here from Shujian Lake, was said to have met Master Qin during a time of crisis. Lu Chongrun and the group of female cultivators naturally have no such worries. As for Yidai Peak, which belongs to the Huangliang sect, it also has a very harmonious relationship with Luolu Mountain. There is a girl in a pink skirt who often sends some specialties to the mountain. This treatment is the envy of others. So when Tiaoyu Mountain and Fuyao Foothills were acquired by Luola Mountain, the group of mountain owners who stayed in Hsinchu Prefecture immediately took notice and started asking around for prices. Some of the sects who stayed in Chuzhou have repeatedly communicated with Shangshan about this matter using flying swords. Everyone is very anxious. You, Luopa Shan, have taken the initiative to offer a price and come to talk to us. There was a meeting at the Jisa Peak Ancestral Hall. The mountain owner Chen Pingon wanted to occupy half of the mountain within the next 100 years. In this process of gradually uniting the mountains into one, Luola Mountain certainly cannot do the kind of forced buying and selling. The price must be fair and everyone will be happy. Xiago said with a serious look, "Don't get me wrong, we in Luopa Mountain are serious people. We never bully others. When doing business, we should spend money when we should. We will only pay premiums, never discounts." Wei both smiled and said, "It's not just about money." Xiago said, "It is also possible to barter for things and exchange treasures for mountains. The pile of magic weapons and spiritual weapons in Luopa Mountain's treasury can be converted into fairy money. In addition, we can also help find mountains elsewhere. Generally speaking, it's just a transaction method of a sum of fairy money, a few treasures, and a piece of mountain top. I'm not afraid of the other party's lion opening his mouth, but he's afraid that the other party won't open his mouth." The mountain master even said that some sects and immortal mansions that have been carefully inspected by the Beiyue Divine Sovereign Mansion to have an innocent background can invite a member of the Jisa Peak Ancestral Master Hall to serve as a guest. In the future, 2 or 3 people can also be sent. If a Taoist embryo enters Qiaoyu Mountain to practice the superior immortal method, no matter how many people there are, it will not work. You must be careful when preaching. How can you be light-hearted when hearing the word Tao? Of course, in this case, the price of the mountain will have to be calculated separately. Wei Bo nodded frequently, but when he heard the superior immortal Dharma, he was inevitably a little confused. What kind of Taoism was going to be taught on Qiaoyu Mountain? Those Tafushan Taoist priests, if they want to copy the Dharma, it may not be suitable. Chen Pingon, who has learned a lot, can indeed choose a few techniques to teach others, but the problem is that Chen Pingon doesn't care at all about the 16 people who jumped into Yushan, whether they were practicing Taoism or martial arts. Instead, they deliberately distanced themselves. However, the old cook also defended the mountain master, saying that he was mindful and not distracted. Xiago smiled and said, "Gone Bing Bang." Before entering the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he still had some good skills at hand. He personally taught them to others. There are no taboos on the mountain. What's more, I also have a few basic introductory techniques. They are the superb chi-refining techniques that those under the earthly immortal dream of. I am not boasting, but they are indeed the most reliable climbing techniques. Just like rice porridge, it nourishes the stomach and nourishes the body. It is very good. It can benefit the soul. The only shortcoming is that the requirements for qualifications are relatively high, and the threshold for practice is not low. That's why I, as a second-rank worshipper, cooperate with Gon. Geniuses have their own cultivation methods, and mediocre people have their own methods. A mediocre mountaineering method, if the two work together, you can catch them all at once, and no one will feel that they are making a profit. Wei Bo smiled and said, "In this case, it is not impossible to talk about it. In fact, it may be easier to talk about it after Chen Pingon becomes the national counselor and the Dali court announces the news to Yizhou. Of course, buying and selling will still be buying and selling, but it's a bit unkind." Xiago's eyes lit up and he curled his lips. "Yes, that's what I said, but our mountain master doesn't want to discuss business like this, so what can I, the second seat, do?" Wei Bo remembered an explanation and asked with a smile, "By the way, aren't they the 4 giants of Luopa Mountain? How come you have become the 5 giants?" Because of the millet grains, Wei Bo is still very familiar with the current situation of the size of Luopa Mountain. The 4 distinguished, high-ranking officials and dignitaries, mountain prime ministers and ministers, are Zhu Lian, Chang Ming, Wei Wenlong and Jiang Shangzhen respectively. Xiago glanced at Weibo. Weibo was at a loss and confused. Xiago explained in a low voice, "One of the 4 giants is missing a hero behind the scenes. I get angry when I hear it, and the more I think about it, the angrier it becomes. Isn't this just a matter of making an independent decision and adding Yeo Shinjun to the list?" Xiao Mili thinks this is an idea. Very good, I agree and have no objections. Why, Xiaomili hasn't gone to Piyin Mountain to announce the good news to Lord Yiyu yet. Weibo kept smiling, thank you. Weibo thought this statement was funny before, but in the end, he was also a joke. The girl in the mink hat waved her hand, "You're welcome, you're so polite. I just have something to ask for, and I'd like to help Wei Shinjun act as a matchmaker." Weibo laughed, "Good fellow, are you asking yourself to repay evil with kindness?" Xiago lowered his voice and said, "Thanks to the mountain master for not giving up, I entered the mountain late at night and suddenly became famous and seized a high position. I was worried that I would not be convinced by the crowd, so I worked hard and finally came up with a remedy." Wei Boss' already tense smile became even stiffer. "I was really disgusted by her formal and sour words. Go to with your mother and come here to Fuyao Ludianmeo. Then let Chen Pingon go to Piyin Mountain by himself and talk to me about that matter." Xiago, however, was minding his own business and spoke energetically and made some small calculations. Now the 2 close neighbors of Luola Mountain, Fuyolu and Jiaoyu Mountain, have become feudal hills, and only the one a few steps away is left. Tiandu Peak looks a little lonely and pitiful, so I want to buy it secretly without telling the owner of the mountain and my Xiaomo. I still understand the rules and etiquette of going up the mountain to ask for woodcutters and entering the water to ask for fishermen." Weibo said nothing. Tiandu Peak next door covers a very large area, but is slightly inferior to Luola Mountain. However, for such a big mountain, there are only a dozen cheap practitioners, and there is not even a golden elixir in the mountain. The Shangshan sect of Tiandu Peak, located in the south of Aquarius continent, is not well known and has similar background to the Huangliang sect. There is a Yuanying patriarch who is rumored to have been in seclusion for many years. The current leader is a Jindan Earth Immortal who sits on the top of the mountain. He also has several proud disciples who are said to have the qualifications of an Earth Immortal. Except that the leader is a genuine golden elixir and cannot be faked, the other 2 statements are either rumors or rumors. Xiago continued, "The market situation back then, it is estimated that the Tiandu Peak won't cost more than 10 gold coins. Of course, it has to be calculated according to today's market price. It has to be doubled by 10 times, and then multiplied by 500 coins. Is Guyu money enough?" Weibo said, "Buyers from Tiandu Peak don't care about money. Regarding the identity of the apparent mountain owner of Tiandu Peak and the real master behind the scenes, it is difficult for Piyin Mountain to reveal the secrets." Chen Pingon also had a tacit understanding and would never embarrass Weibo in such matters. Xiago didn't give up yet. "Do you not value money at all, or don't value money too much?" Weibo said, "From the beginning to the end, they never thought about making a copper coin from Tiandu Peak." Xiago said helplessly, "If you don't want to talk about money, it will be difficult. It would be different in the wild world. It would be difficult to talk about money if both parties sit down and are willing to talk about it." Weibo gave up and said, "The ownership of Tiandu Peak can only be discussed after Chen Pingon becomes the greatly imperial master." Xiago was listless, and she didn't like the rest of the mountains. Previously, there was a foreigner who claimed to be Bingjinjuan. He was wealthy and visited many places. He had a well-documented identity as a member of the Tonggishao genealogy. He and the 12 sects all made a difficult decision. Although he refused the high price, he was also willing to give a large deposit first, and he could take the deposit as long as he was interested. A money bag fell directly on the table. What was inside was Guyu money. The collapsed true king still vowed that if he regrets one day, or even whoever regrets it, the transaction will not be done in a righteous way, and the deposit will not be returned. If you are worried that the immortal is jumping, you can recruit someone from the Huaihuang County Yahufang to work as an errand, and both parties will sign a draft contract first. Is there anyone in the world who doesn't treat money as money when doing business? You should be called true Lord Rini, right? But the problem is that if he dares to buy, they may not dare to sell. Once the money and goods are settled and the land title is officially delivered, both parties need to meet with the household department of the Dali Imperial Court. If someone changes hands and sells the mountain top at a high price, and the Real King collapses and starts acting like a monster. If anything goes wrong or causes trouble, don't go to without a big bag of fairy money. Sean apologized, or went to the Ministry of Punishment of Dali to explain the matter. Another example is that the so-called Tongis Hao buyer is actually the money bag of a mountain monk. Because he got some gossip in advance, he wants to buy the mountain at a low price first, and then go to Luoluo Mountain with Chen. The owner of the mountain is making gongs and drums in front of him, asking for a price. Everyone is speculating, could it be an act of venting anger by a certain old swordsman from Jingyang Mountain? You asked us to erect a monument on the border, and we bought a hill next to your house, deliberately disgusting Luola Mountain. Could it be that the Fu family of Leilongking spent a lot of money to open a way, hoping to use this to ease the relationship with Master Qin? Regardless of the differing opinions from the outside world, Chief Shou's sincere move to spend money was quickly temporarily stopped by the mountain owner. As a result, those sects that chose to wait and see and forfeit the deposit at that time regretted it more. Those who received the money also had uneasy consciences. After all, Luola Mountain now has a subordinate sect, and the Qingping Sword sect has also separated many members of the Jisa Peak Ancestral Master Hall, and announced that the mountain will be closed for 20 years. The matter of unifying the mountains cannot be done accurately. Except for Master Qin, who knows it well, it is difficult to say for the time being whether the mountains to the west will all fall under the Qin family. Xiago said casually, I think the Longquan sword sect that has moved away is quite powerful. I hope it will be no less powerful than the 5 mountains. On the Longquan sword sect side, Wan Qiong, as the last saint in Lizhu Cave Heaven, was the first to choose Shinqiu Mountain, Dianding Mountain and Hengshan Peak. Later, 4 more hills were purchased, 3 for his 3 direct disciples, Dong Gu, Su Shaoqiao and Xia Ling, and 1 Yui Peak was reserved for Lu Xianying, who temporarily borrowed the Qin Confucian Qin family. Wei Bo nodded and said, the first disciple Dong Gu can survive the Jade Pure Realm. Su Shaoqiao has no chance. She can occupy Boiled Sea Peak, which is the opportunity to practice Taoism. That long-browed child with deep blessings first went into seclusion to enter the upper 5 realms, and then came out of seclusion. Not long after, with the help of the exquisite pagoda of immortal weapon rank, there was another method of enlightenment in the rain. By sacrificing that treasure, you can intercept the merits from the rain naturally, just like the patio over there in the town. Si Shui Gui Tang actually opened a single channel as a ditch to divert water into his home. Maybe he will become an immortal earlier than Lu Xianyang. Wei Bo had a very good relationship with the 2 sect leaders Ruan Qiong and Lu Xianyang. Even Chen Pingan didn't know about it. Ruan Qiong often invited Wei Bo to drink with Longquan sword sect in private. Their relationship was unusual. So when Wei Bo talked about these inside stories, it was almost like chatting about family matters. What's more, the relationship between Lu Xianyang and Chen Pingan has been known to everyone in the continent for a long time. Xiago smiled and said, Xiao Ling's final great achievement is definitely far behind Lu Xianyang. Wei Bo said, this is just the opinion of a small group of people on the top of the mountain. After ascending, it seems to be nothing. In Aquarius continent before Jiazi, let alone one more immortal, there were people who reached the Yupu realm, are all great things. Xiago suddenly asked, did the dragon-slaying battle be caused by old man Yang from the drugstore? Chen Qinglu and him were in the dark and bright, and they were intertwined. Note 1, Wei Bo was silent for a moment and said, the deceased has passed away. It is a taboo of the venerable person, so we won't talk about it anymore. Xiago said helplessly, you are the only ones who have more rules. Wei Bo smiled, just get used to it. Old Man Yang is not only one of the 12 high-ranking gods, but also the ancestor of the male Earth Immortal who controls an ascension platform. So one can imagine his attitude towards the true dragon who betrayed the ancient heaven. When planning on the mountain, one always likes to draw a line of grass and snakes, stretching for thousands of miles, hiding murderous intent. A group of famous mountains in the ancient Shu territory were gathered and moved to the place where the real dragon fell, and they became the mountains in the west today. Chunyang Lu Yen, who himself is a page in the old almanac, once solved Qin Pingan's doubts. He recalled that when Qin Qinglu was born out of nowhere, the cave where he made swords in ancient times was named Kuokang. Note 2, the bamboo house and the corridor outside the door seem to be close at hand, but in fact they are worlds apart. Before Wei Bo returned to Piyun Mountain, he said one more thing, it was the suggestion given by Emperor Dali himself. The imperial court will bring out 5 bags of 5-color soil as one of the gifts for Qin Pingan to be the national master. Wei Shan Jun, after receiving the news, His Majesty the Emperor held a special meeting in the imperial study room. They all felt that there was no problem. However, His Majesty the Emperor did not put forward any hard requirements regarding the weight of a bag of 5-color soil. Anyway, Tong Shanjun had already asked someone to give a bag of 5-color soil. The 5-color soil was handed over to the Dali Ministry of Rites. It was a big deal. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to take out so much in one go. No wonder Jin Qing muttered a few words and asked if he had made an appointment with Shanju Qin in advance. I deliberately asked Mr. Tong to help drive up prices. Master Qin Shanju in the room follows the ordinary cultivation path of combining the 5 elements and natal objects. Many years ago, thanks to the help of his student Cui Dongshan, he got 5 bags of soil. But at that time, the quality of the 5-color soil was not very high. Each of the 5 mountains in Aquarius Island naturally has one of the 5-colored soils. When Wei Bo and the others rose from the status of kings of a country to kings of a continent, they were promoted to kings of gods. The quality of the 5-color soil has risen with the rising tide. Xiago smiled and said, this emperor is quite shrewd and knows how to live a good life. This is clearly a generosity to others. Why doesn't he take out a pile of gold and copper coins from the treasury? Wei Bo hesitated to speak. After much deliberation, he finally opened the skylight and said something clear. His Majesty the Emperor has hinted to me that when your mountain master takes over the post of imperial preceptor, there will be treasures stored in several secret vaults in Dali, and the new imperial preceptor will be allowed to do whatever he wants. Pick. Xiago's eyes lit up, he let out a cry, and rubbed his hands and said, he is a great talent and a good man. He is so close to each other. Does the Song family of Dali still lack the support of the royal family? I rushed to the late gathering and cannot be the chief. You can be a second seat. Wei Bo smiled and asked, seriously. Xiago said tentatively, Mr. Wei, we are in the same group. You can't help outsiders deceive your own people. Wei Bo laughed and said, if Miss Xia doesn't want to take it seriously, forget it. I have nothing to do to chat about Weiss Night Tour, but I have something to discuss with Mr. Wei. You Luo Shan, you have such a good atmosphere, each and every one of you doesn't know who you learned this bad habit from. Xiago urged, Brother Wei, what are you going to say? Can you give me the right words? Wei Bo let out a sigh. His figure was actually unstable. Not only was the bamboo corridor under his feet like soft mud. It seems that the entire Fuyao foothills is as erratic as a thin piece of paper. It's just that this extraordinary vision disappeared in a flash. On the other hand, the girl in the mink hat lightly stamped her feet to help dispel the ripples of Taoism, as if she had long been accustomed to it. Wei Bo asked in his heart, "This is it?" Xiago grinned and answered with just one word from his heart, Tao. Note 1, Chapter 993, How Beautiful the Mountains, Note 2, Chapter 985, Closed Disciple. Sword of Coming Chapter 1241. Chapter 1241 Asking Jian by Yujing successively. The bamboo house is separated from the corridor by a wall, which is a unique cave. The room was like a vast ethereal realm. Chen Pingan closed his eyes and rested, sitting cross-legged. A severely damaged bright red robe and 2 broken swords hung in front of him. This is the price that Chen Pingan and Ma Kushuan must pay for a life-and-death battle. On the robe that Chen Pingan had transformed into when he entered the immortal realm, there were many Xuan characters, of different colors and shades, ready to move, as if they wanted to break out of the cage. These great demons' true names, which were sewn onto Chen Pingan's body with secret techniques by sewing men in prison, were woven together like a large piece of duckweed with roots, swaying gently with the water. The root of these duckweeds is Chen Pingan, who is in harmony with half of the sword Qi Great Wall. The darker the color of the demonic characters, the larger the ripples in the robe that are pulled out, indicating that they are either ascending or becoming immortals. As for the real name of the Jade Pu Realm Monster Clan, let's just lie down. No matter how hard the water plants embedded in the robe struggled, they still couldn't move. Chen Pingan is already in the immortal realm. Unless they get a great opportunity, they will not be able to break through the invisible barrier that is one of the manifestations of this great avenue. This illusory will always exist in a way similar to Dao Hen. It's not that with this kind of restraint and the existence of this Tianmen Pass, Chen Pingan can directly decide whether the big demon breaks through on the path of cultivation, but Chen Pingan can at least rely on the strength of these real names to infer that the demon clan, the monk's current realm, depth of cultivation, and even the quality of his qualifications. This can probably be regarded as the reward for Chen Pingan's hard work in Hadao, half of the sword Qi Great Wall. Chen Pingan, in white with pure golden eyes, wearing a Taoist crown, floated back from a very far distance. The style of the Taoist crown was probably the one he had seen on the golden crown of Fuyao Continent's New Ascension, Shujuan Wangjia. On his head this crown also changed from a lotus crown to a more arrogant style, and was also named Yujing Mountain. Chen Pingan gave the other party a certain degree of freedom, and was mainly responsible for protecting Taoist Ding and observing Taoism. Chen Pingan's true form did not open his eyes, frowning slightly and said, "This is the initial stage of just slicing Hongmeng and creating the world. You are far from being lazy yet." Dao Guan Chen Pingan squatted next to the broken sword knight Tur. The old saying that everything is difficult at the beginning does not apply here. Don't worry, I am not qualified to say anything about being a person, but when it comes to doing things, I am definitely more reliable than you. Chen Pingan said nothing. Dao Guan Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Between the 9 and 10 realms of a pure martial artist, you need to hit the Tianmen. In the same way, today's wild immortal Yu Pu, who carries the true name, will also need to communicate with you in the future when they realize the Tao and ascend. Say hello." Chen Pingan said, "In prison, I once asked Nian Xan when it would really play a substantial role. Nian Xin's answer was the Ascension Realm." At that time, Chen Pingan felt that he was too far away from the Ascension Realm. Once you reach the Ascension Realm, you can stumble upon them on the road. This situation is a bit similar to someone from the 14th level of Sneaky, who forcibly interrupted Qin Pingan's sword refining 3 times. Even Bai Jing, who was helping to protect the way, could only stare. That kind of sneaky trick can't kill Qin Pingan, who has a strong body and a stable soul. It can also disgust Qin Pingan, who has finally been in seclusion for just 1 time and has hit a wall everywhere. The key is that Qin Pingan is still not sure whether the other party will do it for the 4th time. This is why we must guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Daoguan Qin Pingan said angrily, "How come you stripped me of such insignificant and trivial memories?" Qin Pingan placed his hands on his abdomen and took a long breath. Every time he breathed out, a gorgeous and bright star river would appear in the boundless void, and at the same time, a large sea of stars would disappear, and the cycle continued, with endless birth and death. Daoguan Qin Pingan sat on the long sword that he had pieced together temporarily. "When I reach the Ascension Realm one day, it will be a little interesting at most, but not very meaningful. At most, it will be a sneaky stumbling block, using methods from a distance to disturb the mind. Delaying the retreat of a demon monk, and worrying that an accident will turn out to be a good thing in helping them sharpen their Taoist mind, isn't it a waste of time? So, only when you become a 14th realm will it become both interesting and meaningful." This statement may not be accurate. Whether we can reach the Ascension realm depends on the effect of this Taoist contemplation first. We need Taoisting to help us verify whether this ascension method is feasible or not. The matter of combining Taoism is in the year of the monkey and the moon and the horse. God knows what the structure of the world was like at that time. 100 years later, even the 14th realm monks are not worth much after all. The world may have been destroyed, or maybe everything will be peaceful. But don't we worked hard and talked together, but the plate of day lilies on the table was cold. Chen Ping's arrangement turned a deaf ear. Daoguan Qin Pingan shook his sleeves, raised his arms, put his fingers together, and pointed at the true name of a big demon on the broken robe. The real name of the Immortal Realm Demon Clan was gently pressed down, as if he were lying on the ground, with a dent in his bright red robe. On the other side of the wild world, a great demon immortal king who was having a banquet with distinguished guests in his own dojo suddenly felt depressed and his Taoist heart was shaken. It immediately ordered the opening of the mountain-protecting formation, and without hesitation sacrificed the 2 half-immortal weapons. It used its magical power to carefully inspect the territory under its jurisdiction in a dharm-like manner. After a banquet full of guests, it was so exciting that the Immortal Lord began to personally check whether there were any spies hiding at the banquet. Daoguan Qin Pingan smiled and said, "As long as you reach the 14th realm, even if you are separated by a world, you will still kill after ascending. Besides, with my help, it will be very simple to find the whereabouts of the Ascension realm in the future. Don't you yearn for the private sword style of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the past? Of course we can also learn from it and secretly go to the wilderness. Along the way, kill the upper 5 realms, and the 14th realm and below, including Feishing, all the way through, killing a bunch of them one by one." Qin Pingan still closed his eyes and said calmly, "I just ate a watermelon and it made you bloated?" Qin Pingan, the Taoist priest, choked on his words and was depressed for a long time. He held the back of his head with both hands, shook the Taoist crown above his head, and laughed at himself. "You are so cruel to yourself." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's the other way around. I've always been lenient to myself and strict to others. Daoguan Qin Pingan wants to go back." That is a juvenile book carefully compiled for Taoisting. The preface and opening chapter are quite good. Unexpectedly, Qin Pingan opened his eyes and said, "Idle time is also idle, help me do 2 serious things." Being connected with each other, the Taoist man in white clothes was naturally unable to avoid and had no way to escape, so he had no choice but to jump off the broken sword and wave his sleeves. A towering Dharma image appeared in the realm of Taishu, making the two Qin Pingon look as small as mustard seeds. The hair, nails, skin, flesh and blood, and tendons of the statue were all removed one by one, leaving only a frame of white bones, countless meridians, and the Qi mansion as the connecting point. Qin Pingon showed this kind of hanging image, astrological and celestial diagram twice. Once, he gave instructions on boxing techniques to his close disciple Zhao Xuxia, teaching him how to use a breath of pure qi to move like a fire dragon through water, using a more intuitive way. Method is called martial arts, so where is the path? Explain to Zhao Xuxia what happened. One time was at Demugwen in Lotus Root Blessed Land, where I preached to the local qi practitioners and martial artists. It was like opening up a magnificent picture of mountains and rivers for both of them. It was no longer the situation at the bottom of a well where you couldn't see your fingers, no matter whether you were practicing martial arts. It's better to practice qi, and you can avoid many detours. In the eyes of the qi practitioners of Blessed Land at that time, there were different speculations and explorations about the number of human qi palaces. Sun Wanyan, who had good Taoist qualifications, only dared to rely on the number of 300 or 400, but at that time Shan Zhu Qin shook his head. The hanging portrait that came out showed that there were more than 1,000 human and qi palaces scattered throughout the place, and the atmosphere was severe. Taoist priest Qin Pingon raised his head and looked at the Dharma image with golden light in his body. The human body is a small world, and each qi mansion is both a fairy and a Taoist temple. He raised his sleeves and pointed, "Aren't you idle? Can gold and copper coins be used in this way? Every gold and copper coin is a talisman boat anchored across the sea." It turns out that the number of qi palaces in this image is significantly greater than that of the two previously disclosed hanging images, at least 400 more. According to Jing Zhezhong's deduction, the number Qin Pingon needed to improve the moon rank in Fijianjing happened to be no more than 1,500. Fiazou Lao Feixing, young Qingu, said he was a ghost and was afraid of Jing Chuzhong. Indeed, this kind of awe is not superfluous at all. The wooden figurine that your neighbor Wang Zhu chopped up intentionally and gave to you as a scrap was the first time you came into contact with human acupuncture points. The key was thrown away by Song Jisin back then, but the wooden figurine was kept by Jigui. There are two awkward neighbors. While traveling, I intended to purchase various medical books from the markets at the foot of the mountain. Together with the Taoist secrets collected from the mountain along the way, I gradually accumulated the number of qi mansions I knew to 700. By looking through the secret files of the Summer Palace, browsing the collection of books in the Merit Forest of the Confucian Temple, and writing down in detail those secret realms that have been verified as tasteless by the predecessors of qi refiners, or are regarded as secrets that are not passed down by many immortal sections. And what was lost has been greatly harvested. In fact, at this point, you have obtained the accurate identification of nearly 1,060 qi palaces. Right? Lu Qin borrowed Taoism for a while, and you dug up your own world, testifying and denying those useless things respectively, and there were additional quantitative benefits. In addition, you traveled to the outer world with her. This is an achievement that I can boast about. I guess even if Yu Xian knows about it, he will be surprised again and say more to fellow Daoist Qin. I have promised to treat others with sincerity. I don't want to tell Sun Wanyan and the others the location of the Qi Palace, so that's it. After all, they are outsiders. They know too much, which is not good. When they leave the Blessed Land and travel outside, it will be a big deal. Variables. But why did you even lie to the close disciple Zhao Xuxia? Having said this, Tao Guan Qin Pingon sighed, "Why should you deceive yourself and forget deliberately? Do you really have to separate to me by saying I have been with you for a long time? I can't blame Qin Qinglu, a bystander, for saying that you are a poor guy." Qin Pingon said, "So talkative. The man wearing the Taoist crown smiled and said, "You are always a talker." Once a mountain murmured to itself, but the mountains did not respond. The voice will become lower and lower, and the voice of the heart will become smaller and smaller with age. Believe me, if you have been talking all the time when you were young, if someone walks with you at night, you will be a chatty person who will definitely annoy that person. Chen Pingon laughed it off, stood up and looked up at the ethereal Dharma statue as high as a mountain. 1,500 gold and copper coins shining like stars were divided into a palace of human body and energy. Among them are the 5 natal chi palaces containing the great refining objects. The scene is clear and vivid. Beyond this, there are even more great things. But there is another serious thing that is relatively interesting. Chen Pingon asked the Taoist master to create 2 Chen Pingon, one true and one false. The real one is Chen Pingon at this moment, and the fake one is Chen Pingon who has had his talisman removed. The 2 sides faced each other and fought each other. There is no doubt that the former one, winning the next first-class authentic work. Chen Pingon shook his head, still dissatisfied, and planned to make the disparity in strength between the 2 sides even greater. Then remove all the magic weapons and foreign objects, and eliminate all the memories of magic and supernatural powers related to them. The former used a crushing attitude to easily kill the latter, defeating Chen Pingon who looked almost like a fake. Chen Pingon continued, remove the latter's identity as a martial artist. The Taoist priest shook his head and said helplessly, it's meaningless. Chen Pingon thought for a moment and said, then remove half of each, and only retain the identities of sword cultivator and martial artist, to keep purity against purity. The Taoist priest smiled and said, that's right. While Chen Pingon was watching the battle intently, he took out a treasure from his sleeve, which was a dark green magical knife obtained from the immortal Han Yushu. This object has a great origin. It was obtained from Qingsha Cave by the founder of Wanyao sect. Note 1, the Taoist crown master glanced at the magical sword that even Han Yushu couldn't refine, and noticed a certain thought in the real body, and asked curiously, isn't that the case? Chen Pingon said, as for it, you have to give it a try before you know whether it's successful or not. The Taoist champion reminded, once you choose to take this path as a key auxiliary means of Hidao, it will be time-consuming, energy-consuming, money-consuming, and there is no turning back. If it fails, the loss will be too great. Chen Pingon had a smile on his face, and his eyebrows were flying. On this road, we must proceed step by step and make constant corrections. What if it works? If it doesn't work, let's just set off a bunch of firecrackers during the new year. The Taoist priest reached out and rubbed his cheek, this is too extravagant. One day, when the opportunity comes, in a small world of one's own. The people of heaven and earth chirped together, and the spring thunder exploded in the world. The Taoist master also laughed, just thinking about it makes me feel very happy. Then go to hell, I don't care whether it succeeds or not. Chen Pingon's expression returned to normal and he said calmly, a Taoist should have this intention. When I was in prison, I made a deal with the white-haired boy who liked to call himself Frost Xing at that time, and the total price was 1 grain rain coin. As long as the white-haired boy could earn 10 grains from himself based on his ability. For a small sum of money, Chen Pingon was willing to help the boss Jianxian to soothe his cheeks, so that the white-haired boy would have a chance to regain his freedom. One of the little summer coins earned from the ancestor Yingguan, the white-haired boy helped Chen Pingon find the 6 mountains of princes leading to the 10 natal Chifu avenues. At that time, Chen Pingon was about to break through and enter the cave realm, and finally had the opportunity to become the middle 5 realm god he had longed for. The white-haired boy said that the opportunity should not be missed and would not come back again, so he struck while the iron was hot. When he opened the mansion, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into his body. Chen Pingan's mind was just able to use the mysterious method of carving a boat to find a sword to determine the accuracy of the 6 Crown Prince Hills. Location. Earlier, when he and Lu Tai traveled to Tonggishao, Lu Tai told Chen Pingan, a layman, a lot of inside information about the mountain and the ways of cultivation. In fact, the more natal objects of a Taoist cultivator, the better. Those who are qualified to pursue the realm of the more the merrier are the geniuses among geniuses. Floor materials are not qualified to say this, only heavenly materials are. If we say that those who practice Taoism can be considered the lucky ones who receive food from God, then what Lu Tai calls his talent is not God giving him a bowl, but a big pot and a dining table. As for this kind of person who is rarely seen all over the world, far away in the world, there is a talisman player in the divine continent of the Middle Earth, there is a person named Wei in the AI continent, and as for those close to us, by coincidence, there are 2 of them. At that time, Chen Pingan looked at the guy with a joking smile on his face and thought that Lu Tai was a fool saying stupid things, so naturally he didn't take it seriously. The Taoist champion said, Lu Tai and the others have appeared on the Sword Chi Great Wall. There are not many people, only a handful, but among the team, there are people who are the same as the colorful World Lantern Festival. Chen Pingan smiled and said, I have too much time to take care of myself, so I won't worry about it. The Taoist master said, the Book of Taoist Ding will soon be turned into the 2nd chapter. Chen Pingan said, a Tianhuang nobleman who was wandering in the market went through ups and downs, suffered a lot of contempt, met a strange person, fell in love with the young man, and began to embark on the path of monasticism. Tell it for yourself, this opening chapter, is it vulgar? The Taoist master sighed in a tone of imitation and said, the vulgarity is the elegance. I think the beginning of this story is very exciting. Chen Pingan glanced at the Taoist champion. The latter insisted on his own opinion. Chen Pingan had no choice but to give in and said, join me and Xiangtong on those landscape travels. Remember the plot twists. Don't be too rigid. In the end, the protagonist will appear to protagonist. The Taoist priest said with astonishment on his face, you even copied your own books. That's not good. It seems that you don't have enough academic ability and talent. Chen Pingan remained silent and stared at the Dharma image again, making a decision in his heart. The Taoist priest had no choice but to raise his hands and said, everyone go about your business. Chen Pingan nodded, sat down again, closed his eyes and rested his mind, folded his hands and touched his thumbs. The Dharma image was not removed. Those who live in the mountains and practice Taoism spend their time and thoughts, unaware of the changes in the weather outside the mountains as the sun rises and the moon sets. According to the white-haired boy, the 356 acupoints in the human body are equivalent to 365 ready-made caves and heavens. A person brings it from his mother's womb. This is the reason why all the monsters in the world have to cultivate the human form. That's why Chen Pingan had such heartfelt emotion when he was in Ma Mansion with Yu Shiwu earlier. Human life is rare in our generation, and it's hard to get another human life. At that time, when he was in prison and asked to sew his real name with twisting cores, Chen Pingan was of low status and the number of mansions he opened was extremely limited. There were only 10 orifices to open the mansion. At that time, each of the 5 elements' natal objects occupied one, and there were 2 more caged birds and wells. At the end of the month, the natal flying swords, the 2 flying swords on the 1st and 15th day of the month, which have never been refined into their natal objects, must have a place to live. In addition, the imitation swords Pine Needle and Kolei must be together in one house. At that time Chen Pingan didn't have any extra Qi palace to put them aside, let alone Zhonglian. The scale of his enlightenment back then was also due to the 3 rays of sword energy he received when he was young, which helped him open up mountains and build a mansion early. Otherwise, Chen Pingan will only be more stretched and unable to start. As for refining some external spiritual weapons and magic weapons into natal objects, Chen Pingan has never thought about it. You don't have to spend money to refine things on the mountain. I have no money. What's more, not all spiritual treasures are suitable for intermediate and advanced refining. In history, there were often great monks who stared at an immortal weapon for hundreds of years, but still couldn't figure it out, or couldn't break through the layers of restrictions, or it is a person who is not compatible with the supreme treasure, so he can only part with it and pass it on to a direct descendant or his own disciple. Today is different from the past. On this day, the Taoist priest came here again to visit the scene and was amazed. As expected of me, this is such a generous act. What the eyes see is both high and deep. The found 10 mountains of princes have all been refined into natal objects by Chen Pingan's true body. They are like dispatching troops and punishing generals. They sit in the mansion and match the 5 elements of natal objects. They have the attribute of 1 master and 2 slaves. The former is very important to them. The latter has examples of rewards, and the latter and the former have the obligation to pay tribute. The imitation swords purchased from Henjin Mountain in Luzhou, Beiju, were all refined by Chen Pingan. It's not a small refining, it goes directly to the middle refining level, and the big refining becomes a natal thing that is closely related to the Great Road. In addition, there is a natal flying sword Tian Lai, from the sword cultivator of the demon clan of the Zhengrong sect. The white-haired boy gave him a short sword engraved with the word sacrifice. I want both the quantity of the Qi mansion and the quality of the dojo. Too much to bite off. In the realm of immortals, Chen Pingan wanted to do the opposite. Very wild. Chen Pingan ignored the arrival of the Taoist priest and continued to sit on the Taoist corpse. Like it in a niche. Everything that is small and close to you is placed at your feet. It is obvious that after refining things together, the real body will take shape. From Beio Fengzai, who left his hometown, to Master Ingguan, who kept it up when he saw the opportunity, and then to Chen Jianxian, he still managed to save some wealth during his travels and monastic life. The Taoist priest clasped his hands behind his back and walked slowly, always looking up at the Dharma image. I saw a water seal in the natal water palace, slowly rotating, and there was a deep pool below, with shadows like a dragon swimming around. There are 3 walls in the mansion, and a number of water gods and Narcissus are lifelike. In another natal Qi palace, on the top of the mountain temple, there is a crystal-clear imitation white jade pagoda with Grand Tao Qi. In a deep aura surrounded by white mist, there stood a sword fairy banner, making a sound and shining brightly. In a newly opened Qi mansion, a floating white jade Ganoderma lucidum trailed a rainbow light. A 6-sided seal that contains the true meaning of the thunder method and forms the world of thunder hangs in the sky, with lightning and thunder, like a driving thousands of golden whips at the same time, constantly whipping and consolidating the entire land of Qi Mansion. There are also many robes of different grades that are also refined. Some are as big as the sky, some cover mountains and rivers, and those of lower grades are like a sea of clouds and mayflies between heaven and earth. Old man Yang once asked, Chen Pingan, are you full? The answer is no. Chai Wu was Wei Xian's apprentice. Wei Xian was addicted to officialdom and followed the greatly cavalry to the wild world to accumulate military merit, so he left the little girl here. Since Wei Haoyang said that her qualifications were as good as his own ability to drink, Chai Wu had a better idea of his martial arts talent. In addition, something happened later, which made Chai Wu even more aware. The legendary Master Qin, it is said, could not even teach boxing to his original disciples, let alone help others preach. But Shanzhu Qin, who never easily gave advice to others on how to practice, actually preached to her personally and solved her doubts. The result was quite unexpected. Anyway, it was almost like a chicken talking to a duck, playing the piano to an ox. Chai Wu knew that he was indeed lucky and could practice immortal magic, but only can. So when she was in the Changchun cave in Misiufeng, from the Lujin realm where there was a saying about Luren realm to the Yupu realm, Chai Wu was actually more enlightened and stunned than anyone else. But she quickly figured out that it must be thanks to the natal flying sword presented by Mr. Xiaomo. Moreover, those who congratulated her were actually those of the same age. Sect Master Cui showed up once and said some strange words. The general meaning was to praise her for her good aptitude. Now she is a sword cultivator in the 5th realm. Are you interested in calling her master? Switch to Qingping Sword Sect. Every fairy, whether cross-continental or short distance, needs a sea trial. Chai Wu took the Thundercar ferry that Yao from Dequan sent to King Shandu, and followed the steward Jiao Lao Shenxian back to his hometown in the north. But Chai Wu didn't go to the sword worship platform, and he was really annoyed with Bai Xian. She didn't go to Luola Mountain either, mainly because she was afraid of the second worshipper named Xiago. Because it was said that she and Mr. Xiaomo were Taoist companions, the little girl felt a little guilty, so she hid on the ferry and went to Luola Mountain or Qilong Lane, which could last as many days as possible. In fact, it's not hiding. Chai Wu likes fairies and the high above feeling. As a result, when all the thunder trucks returned from Beiju Luzhou, Chai Wu thought it would be better to postpone it for a few more days, go to Tonggishao, and come back next time. As a result, Zhang Lu came to Nujiadu, showed up on the ferry, and told the little girl that Xiago had asked her to go to Fuyolu to have a few words with her. Chai Wu had a grimace and didn't dare to refuse. When we arrived at the mountain master's private ashram at the foot of Fuyao, it was a place with such beautiful scenery that it's hard to describe it, and it was also a very weird place. In Chai Wu's field of vision, all the scenes were distorted by light, but you had to look carefully to find the traces. Just like everything in the world is made up of billions of tiny silk threads, perhaps when the mountain wind blows, the threads will sway slightly. Xiago leaned against the wall of the corridor and squinted at the little girl in the Jade Pure realm. Is this little girl the one who got the natal flying sword that her own Xiao Mo peeled off? Chongqing nodded to the second worshipper, and the little girl had already helped bring him there. Xiago clasped his fists in salute. The smiling woman in long robes, Zhang Lu, was a senior official. Chongming touched Chai Wu's head and said softly, "Don't be nervous when you see your family offering sacrifices." Chai Wu shrank his neck. Chengming took out 2 bags from his sleeves and placed them in the corridor. Xiago asked, "What to do?" Chongqing smiled and said, "A little gold and copper coins, just in case of emergencies." Xiago frowned. Chongqing explained, "Don't worry, no capital has been used." Xiago nodded. Indeed, Luo Shan doesn't like the "what do I think" and "him doing it for your own good" stuff. When Zhang Lu left the mountain, Xiago asked, "Can I drink?" Chai Wu blushed and said honestly, "No matter what happens, I will drink some." Xiago waved and said, "This is a good relationship. Let's have a few drinks and warm up our relationship." Chai Wu sat on the steps, took off his boots, and sat opposite the girl in the mink hat. There were 2 pots of wine and 2 large white bowls in the middle of the corridor. Before drinking, Xiago asked, "Can you see the difference here?" Chai Wu looked solemn and said, "What do you mean by different?" Xiago asked, "What do you think?" Chai Wu was sweating on his forehead. Xiago smiled and stretched out his hand to signal, "Stop sitting around and start drinking." They each poured wine in a decent manner, and the wine bowls clinked together. I originally wanted to take a sip of Chai Wu, but when the other person raised his head, he drank it all in one gulp, and the little girl had no choice but to do the same. Xiago wiped his mouth and asked, "Little girl Pianzi, do you know what sword cultivation is?" Chai Wu looked confused. "I have only been practicing Taoism for a few days, how can I answer this kind of question?" Xiago then changed the topic and repeated the content of the spell given to the 8 cultivators at Tiaoyu Mountain Huaying Peak. "Do you understand?" Chai Wu nodded and said, "I understand." Xiago asked, "Can you learn it?" After a while, Chai Wu nodded and said, "Barely." What Xiago saw in his eyes was the atmosphere in Chewa's small world. He had to admit that this reluctance was very reluctant. "In fact, I have learned everything. Let's just say, it's not that there is anything wrong with my own preaching, it's that those students who are lucky enough to hear the word but don't understand it don't help." Xiago filled another bowl of wine, stretched out his thumb, and exclaimed, "Wow, it turns out to be a small Beijing. The materials of the earth are compared to the immortals of the earth, and the materials of the sky are compared to the immortals of heaven. This is the simplest calculation method in the ancient times. In terms of talent and basic skills, in Xiago's opinion, after seeing Luo Shan and Qing Ping sword sect, among the younger generation, Chao Qinglang and Bai Xian were almost boring. Xiago now wonders if the little girl named Sun Chunwang will give him any surprises. Probably, as Wei Bo said, in the eyes of her small group of monks on the mountain top, it was just like that after ascending. If it were one level higher, wouldn't the older generation of 14th realm monks treat the new group of Taoists who emerged in this world the same way? Xiago smiled and said, "Our mountain master has made a lot of money. No wonder he can't teach you Taoism." Chai Wu blinked his eyes, as if in disbelief, and the little girl quickly lowered her head to drink. Xiago narrowed his eyes and said, "Little girl, why do you have to pretend to be stupid every day and deceive yourself and others? Do you just distrust this world? You are already in the Jade Pu realm. It has been so long and you still haven't recovered." Chai Wu hesitated for a moment, then raised his head, his eyes bright. Xiago said, "Smartness can lead to mistakes. Can you fool fools like Bai Xian and Mi Jianxian? Can you fool Cui Dongshan? Our Lord Qin?" Chai Wu wanted to speak but stopped. Xiago asked, "You like hiding on the ferry so much, do you think the farther and higher away from the ground the better?" Since Chai Wu and Xiao Mo have a close relationship, and Xiago and Xiao Mo are a match made in heaven, and they will be married tomorrow, so regarding Chai Wu's experiences when she was young, how did she relate to her? Chen Pingan, whom Wei Xian knew, told Xiago about the general situation. When she was 4 years old, a little girl with a miserable life experience was hidden in a large dilapidated tomb in a hanging basket by her fleeing parents. The basket contained all the food they had left. Note 2, Chai Wu finished the wine in the bowl, raised his arm and wiped the corners of his mouth. The little girl raised her head, put her hand between her eyebrows, looked calm, and nodded, "I think the world is high." Xiago smiled, showing neither pity nor surprise. He just raised the wine bowl and said, "Take one." Chai Wu poured a bowl of wine and said with a shy face, "I drank too fast. I'm afraid I'll talk drunkenly later and go crazy." Xiago said, "Then just take a sip." Chai Wu said, "Okay." Xiago suddenly asked, "Why don't you worship me as your teacher?" Chai Wu shook his head, "I have a master." Xiago learned from his own mountain master and sighed, "You can't understand wine anymore, you're not sensible." Chai Wu's eyes were firm. Xiago obviously had something in mind, and said, "You can accept Wei Haoliang as your father, instead of kissing him. Why don't you accept me as your master?" Chai Wu was stunned on the spot. Could he still do this? 2 visitors arrived who should not appear in the Luolu mountain realm. A stern young man and a thick-browed young man, they are both direct disciples of Ma Kuxuan. Before, they stayed at the top of Jiao Mountain, near the temple of the mountain goddess Empress, watching the movements in the capital city of Yushuan Kingdom from a distance. A white-haired boy appeared out of nowhere and asked them if they wanted to climb a mountain. If they wanted to climb a mountain, they would have to register their names. The young man claimed that his name and Taoist's name were both Wang Zhu. He was not going to climb the mountain today. He was just looking for someone, your mountain master, Chen Pingan. The young man with a hatchet on his waist said that his name was Gao Ming, and asked the short winter melon who said he was a genealogy compiler. If he didn't climb mountains, could he also be named? The white-haired boy said that there was no such rule. He then asked Gao Ming about his current state. When he heard that he was in the fifth state, he lost interest. If it was a rare chi practitioner in the lower 5 realms, it might be possible to make an exception. The conscientious genealogy compiler now has 2 volumes, the first and second volumes. Of course, the main book is about business matters. As for the supplementary book, it is about everything. A rickety old man wearing cloth shoes came from the mountain. When he arrived at the mountain gate, the old man stretched out his hand and motioned to sit down at the table and chat slowly. Seeing that they did not move, Zhu Lian smiled and introduced himself, Zhu Lian, the person in charge of miscellaneous matters in Luopa Mountain. Our mountain master is currently in retreat and cannot entertain guests in person. Wang Zhu said calmly, since he refuses to show up, then we will leave. Gao Ming groaned, obviously unwilling to leave just like that. He had been wandering around this famous Luola mountain and the thunderous Master Qin for a long time. The young man really found one thing in common. They all carried hatchets at their waists, so they probably met and chatted. Although Lao Ma has a bad mouth, he still doesn't hesitate to say a few kind words when talking about Chen Pingan. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Don't think that our mountain master is arrogant, misunderstanding that he just uses the excuse of seclusion to send you away. To put it bluntly, the number of times I have to go to the mountain gate to greet guests in person is not many. Let's talk to you again. Tell the truth, the mountain master is indeed in seclusion. If not, he would definitely be willing to come here to see you. I have said both the unpleasant and pleasant things. You decide for yourself whether to leave or not." Wang Zhu seemed to be confirming the truth of the old man's words. Gao Ming was a talker and said, regardless of whether it's true or not, to say the least, if a great butler who can take care of everything is willing to come to the bottom of the mountain to fool people like this, it can be regarded as giving us enough face. Doesn't it say Prime Minister in all books? The third grade concierge, not to mention Zhu Lian, is also a big steward. "Senior brother, you only have 2 gold and it's not enough to see you here, so don't be pretentious. Listen to me, don't leave in a hurry, sit down and chat slowly." The so-called 2 gold means that a person is in the gold body state and the gold elixir state at the same time. The last one was Master Wen, who was now a boxing master at Tiaoyu Mountain. Among the large number of letters sent to Jisa Peak's sword room like snowflakes, one of them came from Tongyi's Hao Jade Guizong, inviting Chen Pingan to participate in the congratulations on Jiefeng Qiu Zhi's elixir formation celebration. Bai Xian's hero book was described by Jing Dafeng as a book of life and death, but the old cook said it was an ironclad edict on clothes and belts. Among the famous people on the list is the genius swordsman of Jiui Peak, and Qiu Zhi, his peer with whom Bai Xian met at Qingping Peak. There are also 2 generals, Taihui Jianzong of Luzhou in Beiju, and Pian Ranfengfeng with white heads, who can take the rear. Wen Jingqing from Lingfei Palace in Aquarius Continent can be a pioneer. Bai Xian himself drooled over this hero book every day and felt that the lineup he had worked so hard to put together was terrifyingly powerful. Wang Zhu said, "I came here with my junior brother this time." Gao Ming said from his heart, "Lao Ma told me the name of a person. He said that as long as he takes the initiative to come to Luola Mountain and tells Chen Pingon, there will be a big opportunity waiting for me. Chen Pingon will definitely not let me go in vain. One trip. Zhu Lian nodded, gathered his voice and whispered to them, Master Gao Xian can either find a place to live in the town and wait for now. When our mountain master comes out of seclusion, I will inform you. Or tell me if you know that name. I will tell the mountain master later that Master Gao will leave you an address and the mountain master will find you. Wang Zhu asked doubtfully, why don't you ask where the Shudian went? Aquarius Island knew that there were many people who had a maid and 2 apprentices around Makushuan. The relationship between Luopa Mountain and Baiyue Mountain is so good that they wear a pair of trousers, so there is no reason why they should not know about this matter. Makushuan gave him such an unpleasant name, but in fact her real name was Su Qingshan. She followed the general direction of the golden light and ran to the Middle-earth divine continent alone. How is this different from finding a needle in a haystack? That's right, a woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Now they don't even understand what that golden light is or what it contains. Because Master Makushuan personally told the 3 of them that if he loses, he will definitely not be reincarnated due to his special status. Although he was saying these words that were suspicious of last words, they saw a kind of relaxation and expectation on Ma Kukshuan's face. Wang Zhu was very sad to see this. Even the hatchet boy, who was a little more generous than Lao Ma and slept under a quilt when the sky fell, was also very sad at the time. Maybe Ma Kukshuan couldn't stand this kind of atmosphere, so he kicked the young disciple in the crotch. The latter screamed and said that if it broke, he would fry a plate of egg-fried rice for you. At that time, there was no meaning on Su Qingshan's face. Zhu Lian smiled and said, we in Luopa Mountain will not be so destitute that we need to embarrass a young woman. Wang Zhu seemed to be waiting for this answer, and said, Junior brother Gao can name that name today, but I want to take a gamble and wait until I reach the nascent soul realm and reach the bottleneck. The implication is that he plans to use this name in exchange for a stable jade pure realm. But if he successfully breaks through the bottleneck, the mystery will be revealed later. Betting Luoshan and Chen Pingon would not embarrass Su Qingshan, nor would they embarrass themselves, Ma Kukshuan's founding disciple. Then the name he knows will be of great use at critical moments. Zhu Lian nodded and smiled. As expected of Ma Kukshuan's chief disciple, he dares to take risks, and even more dares to gamble. Ma Kukshuan left Chen Pingon with 3 puzzles. The answer actually has 2 layers. Even if Chen Pingon knew the 3 names, he still had to guess who they were and what they would do. A group of uninvited guests from Qingming World, headed by Zhang Fenghai from the new 14th realm, stood on the flat ground south of the Sword Qi Great Wall. In addition, there are Lu Yefeng, Lu Tai, and Lu Bixia, who were born in the Lu family of Middle-earth, 2 masters, Lu Qi and Chao Zhu, who are now in the Haoran world, Yuaning, and Xingyuan. They all looked up to see the inscriptions on the city walls. This is it. For thousands of years, it has been a battleground for military strategists since ancient times. There was once a man who wore a bright red robe and guarded the door with a sword. He was a man who attracted the attention of the world. On the road to Jisa Peak Mountain, the white-haired boy who was patrolling the mountain with Xiao Mili suddenly stopped. She covered her forehead with her hand and staggered as if she was drunk. A tall old Taoist priest broke through the sky. He neither greeted Bai Yujing, who was in a mess, nor reported to Haoran Confucian Temple, but came directly to Luopa Mountain. As luck would have it, there was a boy in Tsingyi with 1 foot on the bench, chatting with Taoist master Xian Wei. When he saw the old Taoist priest with a majestic figure, he saw that the opportunity was bad, so he shrunk his neck and ran away. I had a little misunderstanding with that old man who was very knowledgeable in Taoism. However, the old Taoist priest stretched out his hand to grab the back of his collar and lifted it up. Want to run? Chen Jun, with his feet dangling in the air, began to pretend to be dead. Xiago put his hands on his hips and laughed, "Ha ha ha, old Bixiao, long time no see. Where is my Xiaomo?" The old Taoist master of Donghai Temple, Taoist named Bixiao Cave Master, Xiao Mo needs to retreat in Haotsai Mingwei Taoist Temple. The date is uncertain. Let me tell you. Xiago glanced at Bixiao Cave Master. The old Taoist priest said from his heart, Taoist Guanxuan of Xuandu and by Yujing passed the sword across the state. Yu Dou, wearing a feathered robe and holding an immortal sword, took the initiative to leave by Yujing and pick up the sword himself. After some time, Wu Shuangjiang, Gao Gu, and Jiang Xiu, 3 of the old and new 14th realms, plus an Ascension realm sword cultivator Baolin, asked the sword by Yujing together. Xiago looked solemn, the result. The old Taoist priest said calmly, "They are all dead." Xiago raised his palm and rubbed his chin. The Taoist Xianwei hesitated again and again, but got up and slapped the old Taoist priest. The old temple master had no choice but to throw Chen Jun away. The master of Bixiao Cave, who was said to be never merciful to others, turned around, looked sternly, and bowed his head to the Taoist priest who had a wooden hairpin on his head. Note 1, Chapter 750, 11 people on the top of the 10,000 years mountain. Note 2, Chapter 889, what does it mean to wear the stars and the moon? Sword of Coming Chapter 1242. Chapter 1242 title on the gold list. Xiago asked tentatively, "Shall I invite the mountain master over?" The old temple master said, "I don't have that much face." Xiago complained, "We are all members of our own family, why are we talking so angry? It's impossible." In Luola Mountain, Xiago learned a lot of sayings from Xiaomi Li. The old temple master said, "Retreating is a serious matter and should not be trivial." Xiago felt relieved. In ancient times, this Taoist priest who was invincible from the cave, capable of forgiving others but not others, was known to all Taoist priests in the world besides his love of brewing wine. In addition, no matter how high the Taoism of Bixiao Cave Master is, he will be as small-minded as he is and he will hold grudges. It is even more thunderous and famous. However, Xiao Mo did not agree with this theory, and whispered to fellow Taoist Xiago saying that this fellow Taoist Bixiao was a rare and powerful Taoist priest in the world. Of course, the beginning and end of this sentence are absolutely true. Only the middle paragraph was added by Xiago himself, and then the music compiler had to record it, and it also had to be underlined. The old temple master said, "You can ask Xiao Mo later about the specific process of the 2 sword questionings." Xiago asked tentatively, "How specific is it?" The old temple master smiled and said, "Tian Kai, you are not the only one who can witness Daozuan, Shema is not bad either." Xiago nodded, stretched out his hand, and hooked it. The old patron sneered and said, "Let a guest take the initiative to get the wine. Is this the Luopa Mountain way of hospitality?" Xiago is now very smart in what he says and does. He learned a lot of skills in dealing with people in Luola Mountain, and said, "Leave aside the second place enshrinement, just think of me as Bai Jing for the time being." The old observer was indifferent. Xiago is helpless, fellow Taoist Bixiao doesn't regard her as his sister-in-law. Mr. Zhu said it well, living in seclusion in the mountains will help you live longer, and you will always be accompanied by reading, flowers, moonlight and good wine. The girl in the mink hat took out 2 jars of wine from her sleeves, helped to remove the mud seal, and threw them to the master of Bixiao Cave. The old temple leader also took out 2 flower cups and pushed one to fellow Taoist Bai Jing. Xiago filled the fancy wine glass with wine and reminded, as promised in advance, "If I say something wrong next time, everyone should do the work and everyone should do it, come to me. Our mountain master is in retreat, don't rush in blindly." The old temple master said, "Your wine quality is very good." So I didn't dare to offer her a drink. Xiago blushed, his aura was much weaker, and he muttered in a low voice, "Drinking makes people cowardly." The old temple leader raised his chin in a certain direction. "If you are all a coward, who do you think you are?" Xiago was very annoyed. He kept talking about our mountain master in such roundabout ways. The girl in the mink hat slapped the table and raised her wine glass. "Come on, fellow Taoist Bixiao, I haven't seen you for 10,000 years, but you are still alive and kicking. Wow, very good, don't talk nonsense, just mention one." The old patron raised his wine glass and drank it down with Beijing. After the night sailing battle, Chen Pingan had been making bold assumptions and tried every means to verify it carefully, using Wu Shuangjiang of the 14th realm as his imaginary enemy. Before that, the imaginary enemy was Pei Min, a swordsman. That time outside the Tiangong temple in Tonggishao, Chen Pingan lost miserably and even lost an imitation sword. Like Beijing, Pei Min is a perfect swordsman in the Ascension realm, and he also owns 4 natal flying swords. He is also one of the 2 masters in Lu Tai. As a swordsman, Lu Tai is afraid of heights, which is because of Pei Min. Because he had been reminded by Lu Chen and Wu Shuangjiang, Chen Pingan must now be wary of the female crowned Wuzhou named Taiyin, because this veteran of the Qingming world with 14th level experience has set his sights on Chen Pingan's beheading, inspection, and execution. Wuzhou is in the realm of human appearance but weak sky. Chen Pingan met him last time when he was discussing affairs by the riverside of the Confucian temple. He was an outstanding person, and he was a person who acted more neatly than a swordsman. This means that whenever Wuzhou decides to take action, it will be the result of the lion fighting the rabbit with all her strength, and she will never have any ambiguity. After all, Pei Min didn't have much murderous intention during the battle at Tiangong Temple. Chen Pingan didn't think that Wuzhou, who needed to refine things to repair his path, would be afraid of his identity. The last time he was attacked by a 14th realm candidate ghost at the Alchemy Temple, it turned out that Chen Pingan's precautions were indeed necessary. After the founders of the 3 religions dispersed, the monks at the top of the mountain were no longer so particular about their work. As one of Chen Pingan's methods to suppress the bottom of the box, there are 3 cyan book pages and life-saving talismans involving the long river of time. The pages were obtained from his husband, and the talismans were drawn by Yu Xian. However, the sword holder reminded Chen Pingan that with these time talismans around him, it was still not a foolproof strategy. For example, it would be more troublesome to face Qin Qinglu, the dragon-slaying man who had returned to the 14th. Unless you are holding the big talisman that Daozu personally refined, it is a foolproof strategy. Being able to give a qi refiner under the 14th realm is equal to an extra life, which is the life of the whole body, not just the life of one finger. The old viewer raised his sleeves, counted with his fingers, turned to look in the direction of Fuyao foothills, and said with a smile, "There are so many clues, overtly or covertly, hidden or explicit, all pointing to one place. It's all right before your eyes. Underneath, I just pretend not to see it." There are several swordsmanships in the world that dare to call themselves can communicate with the gods. The girl in the mink hat immediately pricked up her ears and waited patiently for the next words. Chen Lingjun had already fled. The boy in green with oil on his feet just felt that this mountain road was so long. Whether he was running at full speed, or escaping against the wind, or even using the shrinking method, there was no end. The old temple leader asked, "Fellow Taoist Beijing, have you seen the sword talisman?" Xiago nodded and used a jargon from the antiques industry, "It's a good thing with a wide open door." The old temple master asked, "Aren't you interested in this ancient sword technique?" Xiago rolled his eyes and said, "To me, it's still tasteless." The old temple master continued to ask, "What about Luopa Mountain? especially the Qingping sword sect. Xiago pretended to be stupid and said, "I'm just a worshipper, I don't want this." To complete a sword art, 5 or 6 sword talismans are needed. Note 1, Chapter 851 Mud Bottle Alley. Of course, the premise is that the sword secrets contained in each sword talisman are not repeated. This object is destined to be unable to be imitated and imprinted. Sword tactics and sword talismans are related to the coexistence of great ways. She probably kept 3 copies. The old temple master said, "Mother-in-law, I'm not happy." On the avenue, there are some ripples in the love between men and women, but it doesn't matter. Such deliberate avoidance has confirmed that there is no 300 taels of silver here. Xiago glared and said, "Fellow Taoist Bixiao, if you say that, I will." The old Taoist priest smiled and said, "Oh." It was rare for Xiago to give in, but I won't second the proposal. Today, I have just accepted a direct disciple who has not yet been named. On such a happy day, I will not have anything to do with this stinky old man. In the past, when Luopa Mountain was unknown, in the western mountains, if you wanted to control the wind, you had to wear a sword talisman made by the Longquan sword sect's secret refinement. This was an iron rule established by Ruan Qiong. At that time, Chongqing returned to Luopa Mountain before Chen Pin gone, and it was she who bought the most sword talismans. Every time she went out, they hung them around her waist, as many as the keychain of the little housekeeper in Wanshu. At that time, she didn't think much about Chongqing. Anyway, she had a rich family, the sword talisman looked beautiful, and the price was not expensive. I want to buy more if I want to live longer. In the future, I can give it to my son when he returns home, and then give it to the members of the Jisa Peak Ancestral Master Hall. In fact, the Longquan sword sect had rules at that time, and one person could only purchase 1 sword talisman. But at that time, Chongqing was very close to Miss Ruan, who often went to Qilong Lane to buy cakes. Moreover, longevity is also kind. Every time she spends money to buy sword talismans, the price gets higher every time. The key is that she uses gold and fine copper coins that she casts herself. So even if Ruan Qiong knew about it, he rarely said anything. Another expert who has collected a large number of sword talismans is of course the wealthy Chief Zhou. Every day when I open my eyes, I wonder, there is more fairy money in my account. I am worried to death, how to spend it. Jiang Shangzhen, who exploited a loophole and became addicted to collecting sword talismans, paid someone to help him buy sword talismans from the Longquan sword sect. As Ruan Qiong's first disciple, Donggu had a good impression of Luola Mountain because he was born a monster, so he turned a blind eye to it. Yang Ji, who is now running to Tonggishao to help excavate the Great Dam, has in his hands the great demon of the old throne who has an ancient magical power that even a noble dog would covet. It is useless for Yang Ji who practices the natal water method, but it is a great supplement for Bai Jing who practices swordsmanship. Xiago wanted to chop Yang Ji for more than a day or 2. Who can find too many Dao numbers? Yang Ji never mentioned to anyone that before she attained enlightenment, she was unfortunately affected by a great war. She once saw with her own eyes one of the 5 ancient supreme beings in a horrific battlefield filled with bones. Therefore, the Taoist name Yang Ji and the pseudonym Jingxing, now enshrined in the Kuan-Yao family, all originated from this first encounter of great disparity in ancient times. The being who left the throne and walked to Yang Ji bowed his head and reached out to hold Yang Ji's head, comparing the latter to an ugly reptile. For some reason, this towering fire virtue, all the gods look up to, sits on the throne, cooks mountains and seas. Instead of killing a demon monk who practices water magic, he taught Yang Ji a magical power. In the Chongyang Temple in the capital of Yushuan Kingdom, there was an old Taoist priest who had not yet remembered his past life and named himself Hui Lu. Earlier, Aunt Fong stayed at the Fire Temple in Dali capital city. Before and after, which of these Shanju Qin has never met or talked face to face? You can ignore a single character or a single incident and excuse it by saying you are not smart enough. Are they connected in series and still pretending to be stupid? The stone bridge between Huaying Peak and Yingyu Peak in Tiaoyu Mountain has waterfalls and rainbows spanning the sky. You won't show up sooner or later, but you and Xiaomi are passing by, so you have to show up. Honghu Mountain and Honkim Lake, which was formed by Longquan Jianzhou moving the mountains and letting the rain fall, are just like a wordless encounter between mountains and rivers. Doesn't it also correspond to a certain gift given by someone in the early years? On the green bamboo slip, who wrote a sentence about landscape and reunion? Note 2, Chapter 180. Like a god, the more you feel that it has nothing to do with love, the more guilty you will feel. Traveling hand in hand, swordsmanship opened up the wilderness, and had a very dangerous battle with the culprit of the Tuiwa mountain demon. Note 3, Chapter 860, Single Duel. The first disciple of the great ancestor of Tuiwa mountain, his natal flying sword, Xiang Xiang, has some of the magical powers of the 12 high-ranking gods, Imaginer and Echoer. What the young official saw in his eyes was like meeting his inner demon. The city Shenwen, who had given the sword-carrying boy a golden gallbladder, questioned the accountant's refusal to kill him at Shujian Lake. The appearance of the white-robed monk who surrendered the mental ape on the mountain wall in the past means questioning that error-free state that he has been pursuing tirelessly in the past. And Qi Jingchen. A woman in blue. She had no intention of blocking the road. It seemed that she just wanted to get an answer to something Dong Shuijing once asked Qin Pingan. At that time, Dong Shuijing's question roughly meant that Mount Xianxian in a foreign land was so far away, but Mount Xinxiu in his hometown was so close. If there were no distracting thoughts, why would he go to the two places or not? The old temple leader shook his sleeves to dissipate some of the Tao charm, and said with a click of his tongue, "You are an immortal, but you dare to stop Qin Qinglu from handing over his sword to behead him. You really don't take the dispute of Tao seriously." Xiago grinned and said, "Artists are bold, so it's just a false alarm." The old temple master curled his lips and said, "If the predecessors had not planted trees for others to enjoy the shade, and the Taoist friend Qingzhu had the usual temper, he would have killed anyone who dared to block his way. For example, Yu Yu, a swordsman in the Yupu realm, dared to kill Qiu Ji, who had high hopes from the Yugui sect. Xiao Mo, an Ascension realm sword cultivator, cannot do such a thing. Xiao Mo was like this, let alone Qin Pingan. People who practice Taoism have many identities, which are both talismans and burdens. Just like those in the market, those at the bottom of the world, those who can fight are afraid of being ruthless, and most afraid of encountering a muddy one. People with status often die at the hands of stupid people without status. While walking, he was stabbed to death for no apparent reason. Xiago said, "That's not the truth." If not, with the mountain owner's always careful and cautious behavior, he might not get involved in muddy waters. The old temple master smiled and said, "Are you going around me here?" Xiago laughed loudly, but cursed in his heart. It's strange, how could the master of Bixiao Cave be so popular? Our mountain master had an experience in the Lotus Root Paradise, one old and one young, one host and one guest. It is said that we got along very well. Seeing the little girl in black with her legs running as fast as the wheels of a cart, the old Taoist priest had no smile on his face, but his tone softened a lot and said, "The millet grains are here." As for the white-haired boy with the pseudonym Kongho, she naturally did not dare to come here. Xiao Mili came with a mission. He ran to the table, took off his cotton bag and took out the dried melon seeds and fish at once. "Old immortal, I haven't been here for a long time." The old temple owner was a very serious person and asked with a smile, "How many days does it take?" Xiaomi Li didn't even need to do any calculations in his mind, he immediately reported the accurate number of days. Obviously, he always thinks about this amiable old immortal. A smile appeared on the old temple master's face, he nodded slightly and said, "I'm determined." Xiago once again looked at the millet grains with admiration. "Our protector of Luo Shanyu is so strong, how can we treat guests like this? You must know that in ancient times, as long as the master of Bixiao Cave left Luobayan and walked alone on the earth, he was famous for not selling anyone's face. If he disagreed, he would kill without mercy. Before taking action, I said, I'm giving you face." Xiaomi Li scratched her face, her eyes rolled rapidly, hesitating on how to speak. The old temple master guessed her thoughts and laughed in his heart. "Tell that Sui Chugong Tianran, someone's puppet Su Jun, he has reached the 14th realm, and he will naturally have a reward from the Great Road. Especially wild and magnificent, the two hearts are in harmony with the dial, and they have officially become a Taoist couple. It is something that has never happened in thousands of years for the heaven and earth to be in harmony with each other. There is a lot of help, and the benefits of the Tao can be imagined. Then the military solution is true, and you cannot die if you die. The actions of military strategists are interconnected and step by step. They are all planned by someone. Wait until Lu Xianying and Qiang Yue get married on May 5th of this year. After that, the master of your mountain will marry Ning Miao, the number one person in the colorful world. Husband, if you save a lot of things like this, I believe that it won't take long for someone to lie down comfortably and return to the top without any effort." Xiaomi Li silently wrote it down word for word, and later reported the military information to the genealogy officer when he returned home. Xiago was amazed, so the Taoist monk of Kongho has such a good brain. No wonder our genealogy officer doesn't like to use his brain. The old temple leader said, "Times have changed. In the past 10,000 years, the Taoist power of the Qi refiner has not increased, and the mental strength is much higher. He, a Taoist monk, has many secret methods." Xiago asked abruptly, "That one is really invincible, won't he die?" The old viewer looked at her sideways. "Can Yu Do, the head coach who is sitting in by Yujing, be the same as Yu Do who left by Yujing to lead the sword? Thanks to the dog, it means he is not dead. Pity the bird." The old temple leader said, "The content of Gao Gus's last Taoist meeting at Huayang Palace in Daifishan Mountain seemed to be the Taoist teachings taught to Taoist priests in the lower 5 realms, but in fact it had profound meanings. The better the Taoist qualifications, the better. On the contrary, the more you need to listen and watch. It turns out that Gao Gu, whose Taoist name is Jiyue, is recognized as the #1 alchemist in the Qingming world. There are 3 lectures on the Taoist meeting, one is about the similarities and differences between immortal and mortal souls. The second chapter talks about why the human body is precious, how the 365 Qi palaces can become a bridge of immortality, and details the positioning and development of the Prince's Mountain in the small world of the human body, as well as the exquisite arrangement of different natal objects, and what is the optimal solution. The third chapter talks about Lu Chen's swordsmanship chapter and Qi Wu Luan. What is the high point of his teachings and how to implement his techniques. At that time, there were many listeners in the mountains. Through the mirror, flowers, water and moon, all the Taoist priests in the 14 states of Qingming could hear the Tao. It's just that they didn't know it at the time. Gao Gus's appearance this time was both preaching and last words. The old temple master's vision and realm are all there, hidden in it, and even he has gained something. Xiago's eyes lit up and his expression was bright. The better the qualifications, the better. It's too implicit. Fellow Daoist Bixiao just told me my name. When he really wanted to sleep, someone handed him a pillow. Xiago was worrying about how to teach Chai Wu. The old temple leader took out a jade slip from his sleeve, handed it to the girl in the mink hat who looked awkward, and reminded, "Keep it away." "Yes." Xiago leaned forward, lowered his head, and took the jade slip with both hands respectfully. The old temple master's eyelids trembled slightly. He had only been in Luopa Mountain for a few days, and he already had this kind of virtue. After Xiago succeeded, he casually threw the jade slip into his sleeve. The old temple master said from the bottom of his heart, "Let me tell you, Master Qin Shan, stop learning fortune-telling. He has a special status and situation, and his qualifications for this method are too poor. It is meaningless to do fortune-telling." Xiago couldn't think of anything to say. Is the calculation accurate? If you calculate the good or bad luck and then turn it upside down to see the result, isn't it a kind of accuracy? Taking a step back, the worst is just a reference. It's a disguised exhaustive method, one by one. To verify, it would not be in vain if we exclude this first, but it is completely meaningless. What fellow Taoist Bixiao said is not true. She wanted to say something, but she just thought for the sake of the old Taoist priest and Xiao Mo being close friends, forget it, so as not to be resented by fellow Taoist Bixiao and say bad things about herself to Xiao Mo when she got back. The old temple master remained silent. Bai Jing's mind is really good. Becoming a Taoist couple with Xiao Mo, it is true that no one treats anyone wrong. There is no need to climb high or marry down. It is a rare good match in the world. It's just that her current dignity is too different from that of Bai Jing's real body. Xiago angrily went on to speak up for his mountain owner. The old temple leader glanced at a certain place and said, "Brother Qin, is this what you call a non-distracted mind? Is this how you retreat?" On the other side of Fuyaolu, the dojo was silent for half a minute. It was probably because he had finally managed to come up with a word that was both steady and sincere. "Senior, this means that those who close the door and don't worry can keep their spirits up or relax their minds." The old spectator sneered and stood up. Xiaomi Li immediately stood up. Xiago burped from wine and still sat cross-legged on the bench. She cupped her hands into fists and shook them, saying goodbye to fellow Taoist Bixiao. The old temple leader took out a scroll and threw it to Xiago. "If I have the opportunity, I will give it to monk chicken soup as a way to wish his disciples a successful union." Xiago was indeed Xiago. He didn't see Taoist Bixiao at all. He opened the scroll on the spot and found a painting with only 6 poles of ink bamboo drawn on it, leaving a lot of white space. There are 2 seals on the seal. The white text reads, "6 roots are pure," and the fine red text reads, "See this way." Xiago rolled up the scroll again, raised his arm, threw it into his sleeve, raised his head and asked, "Can Taoist fellow Taoist give me a gift in exchange?" The old temple owner asked, "If you can't sleep like a small road, you want to become a nun?" The girl in the mink hat quickly turned her head and said "Ba ba ba," and glared angrily at the stinky bull-nosed old man. "What are you talking about? You're cursing me. Believe it or not, I won't allow Xiao Mo to go drink with you in the future." The old viewer laughed. The tall figure disappeared in a flash. In the dojo, Taoist leader Chen Pingon sat on the knight sword, holding the bright red robe with of one hand and laughing loudly with the other. "Ha, Taoist Master Qin." Chen Pingon still closed his eyes to rest his mind and turned a deaf ear. The Taoist champion reached out and rubbed the corners of his eyes, suppressing his laughter, and asked, "When I reach the 2nd level in the future, will I still have to pay such respect to my seniors?" Chen Pingon said calmly, "Even if you reach the 14th realm, you must still respect your seniors." The Taoist priest went back to business. About half an hour later. Sure enough, here it comes. The majestic old Taoist priest appeared quietly in the realm of Taishu. Chen Pingon stood up and made a bow. When Chen Pingon straightened up and stood up, the old temple leader waved his hand. "Forget it, I'm a poor Taoist who came to Luopa Mountain, not Jisho. Chen Pingan was choked for words. The old temple owner didn't waste any time talking to Daoist Chen, and said straight to the point, I'm here to visit for a while. It's not a big problem. They'll just give you some snacks and you can check for any leaks and make up for them on your own. While speaking, the old temple master threw Chen Pingan a piece of seal that was as big as a strong man's fist. This thing is rare, the only one in the world. You carve it into a pair of plain seals first, and the remaining leftovers will be considered yours. The work is done well and the gold is polished. In Bingzhou, under the jurisdiction of Baiyujing Qingsui City, there is a swordsman named Fu Xuanjie from the Qingshan dynasty. He is young and has very good qualifications. He has been your envy for a long time, especially after seeing your preaching in Demugwen. The style becomes more and more convincing. After carving a pair of plain seals, on one side, the 3,000 words of Taozu are engraved on the side, and on the bottom side of the white text, it is engraved when the spirit is reached, nothing can be accomplished. On the other hand, you can engrave whatever you want in the margins. You can even make up a few of your best limericks. Chen Pingan had already waved the cut-off sword and held the tip of the sword with 2 fingers, using it as a carving knife. Sitting on a futon, there is a table and an incense burner in front of him, and smoke is curling up from the kitchen. There were some small and square objects on the table, as well as a pile of Taoist books and dozens of talismans. Chen Pingan's cutting the sword movement was extremely sluggish, which shows that the seal material is as tough as a sword whetstone. Chen Pingan raised his head and asked, It takes a long time, Senior, can you wait? Or should I let Xiago take him to Qingming Tianxia? The old temple leader said calmly, The Confucian temple and Baiyujing cannot rush Pindao. The former needs to keep an eye on the trajectory of the 2 ferries, while the latter cannot take care of Pindo's fate for the time being. Chen Pingan remained silent, his expression remained as usual, he continued to lower his head and carve the stone carefully. Obviously, in the eyes of the old temple master, the Confucian temple is just a ritual saint, and Baiyujing is just Yudo. Chen Pingan looked attentive. Every time he carved a knife, he had to look at it several times, make a mark according to the shape, and chop the jade first. Under the eyes of the old connoisseur, he only cut corners when the lard was deceived. With nothing to do, the old viewer reached out to grab a copy of The Authentic Book of Alchemy and turned directly to the last 2 pages, which were all blank. The old temple master breathed lightly at the page, then put his fingers together to remove all restrictions, revealing 2 talismans and hundreds of words of comments. Coincidentally, one of the talismans is called Eternal Life Bridge, which is almost one of the 3 lectures of Gao Gu's preaching. A bridge of immortality for a Taoist cultivator is actually a series of 565 human and qi palaces. The human body is born with it, and this is the foundation of the Tao of the qi refiner. Drawing every big talisman in the world is extremely difficult. The greater the effectiveness of the talisman, the more equivalent results must be paid. Not only does it require consuming a huge amount of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it will also damage one's spiritual conduct for many years. What's more, it also requires consuming the merit and luck of the person who draws the talisman. Chen Pingan's falling sword became more and more ups and downs, and he took the prototype of Su Zhang. He rested for a moment, rubbed his wrist, and asked, Can these methods of mine stop Wuzhou's sneak attack? The old temple master was not in a hurry to give an answer. He stretched out his hand and pinched a piece of paper from the desk and smiled. Qingtong is a waste who is greedy for more and wants to learn everything. He is not good at anything. He only has the qualifications to learn talismans. It's okay to learn this sudden talisman from Lu Laosan. It probably took 200 to 300 years to get a barely spiritual resemblance. But Lu Laosan also learned the 10,000 years talisman from his master. What Xiao learned from it is already a first-class original. If Qing Tong imitates it again, it will be another layer of distortion. When it comes to you, it has been manipulated again, ah. The old temple leader grabbed another, true match, first created by the Lu family of the Yin and Yang family in Middle-earth, nodded and said, even if I come to Howren in person, you can use those messy methods and this trivial corpse-killing talisman to sacrifice after coming out. It is no different from the real body. You can take the place of death. You can use 3 of them in a row. The corpse-killing talisman and the sudden talisman are used together. If you fall to one level, it will be enough to support you until someone else comes to save you. Your life is safe. The premise is that my continent only captures treasures. I don't want to kill anyone, and I also don't want to be arrested by the young master and sent to the Confucian Temple's Merit Forest to be imprisoned. Chen Pingan asked, is it possible that Wuzhou will break 6 talismans in a row? The old temple master smiled and said, or what do you think? I am so leisurely, playing hide and seek with you. Chen Pingan continued to be busy. The old spectator then grabbed the 3 large talismans placed adjacent to each other on the case table, Lu Laosan's Flying to the Moon talisman, Wu Shuangjiang's Jade Axe talisman, plus this day-shaped treasure basket, TSK. Sure, farewell. 3 days ago, I was very impressed. The boy with mud-legged legs in the past was now able to help people preach and protect the Tao. I spent such a large amount of money and used the Jiangzhen Qinglu, thinking that the 3 elements would be useful, and the formation would be one, to help the little Taoist priest achieve enlightenment and ascend after his merits are perfected. Chen Pingan didn't even raise his head and said with a smile, it's a matter of loyalty to someone who has been entrusted by someone. The old temple owner asked, why don't you learn the Quan characters of Mr. Sanshan Zhouho? Chen Pingan said helplessly, I can't learn. The old spectator shook his head. There are obviously different opinions. Chen Pingan understood the idea and immediately asked, Senior Li Er had a very fresh idea when he taught boxing. He said that the 639 muscles in the human body are the mountains and dragon veins of the world. The more mountains a pure martial artist builds. The old temple master interrupted Chen Pingan's words, there is no need to chat about these martial arts skills with Pindao. Think about it yourself and stop thinking about verifying anything from Pindao. After that, Chen Pingan silently carved the stone, and the 2 long strips of plain seals were finally completed. There are quite a lot of scraps. The old temple master nodded and said, it's time to engrave and sign the signature. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment and said truthfully, 3,000 words must be written in one breath and with continuous spirit. I can't engrave it, so I'm not sure at the moment. The old temple master clicked his tongue in surprise, you don't want to engrave words if you don't care about your head? Shanzhu Chen really doesn't have an overnight grudge. Chen Pingan was helpless. He had never imagined that the jade material was so hard. I'm sweating profusely now, but I'm not pretending. The old temple master smiled and said, you can keep this seal for now. Next time you go to Qingming Tianxia, go to Qingshan dynasty and give it to Fu Xuanjie. Chen Pingan was relieved. He didn't dare to carve words randomly for 3,000 words. On the other hand, Fang Suzhang wrote a limerick in the margin. Why should he be nervous? If the carving was slightly off, it was called freehand brushwork. The old patron said, you decide the number of words in the side note, and you don't even need to engrave it. But Fu Xuanjie has requirements for the inscription. And Pindao must take it away today. Chen Pingan was speechless for a moment and asked, what is the content of the signature? The old temple master stroked his beard and smiled, it's simple, just one sentence. Chen Pingan quickly said, can I buy this seal directly from my senior? The old viewer said, are you sure you can afford it? Chen Pingan whispered, can I pay on credit? The old temple owner asked, "What do you think?" Chen Pingan wanted to say something, "I think there is no problem." The old patron squinted his eyes and twirled his beard and smiled. Chen Pingan felt powerless. Which sentence? I miss Xiaomo even more. It would be nice if Xiaomo was here. The old temple master said slowly, Qingming Tianxia Fu Xuanjia and Haoran Tianxia Chen Pingan were born in the same year, the same month and the same day. Chen Pingan's scalp was numb. He silently raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Tired. What a stupid question, Fu Xuanjia must be a bitch. I heard before that Gao Jun and Zhong Qian, Shanzhu Qin, had suffered losses. Chen Pingan asked tentatively, "Can you change the wording, with a slightly smaller number of words, such as both sword cultivators?" The old temple leader smiled and asked, "Why don't Pindao just stay here for a few more days? Shanzhu Qin can help others protect the road, and Pindao can help you protect the road. Isn't it a beautiful talk on the mountain?" Chen Pingan had a dark face. The old patron smiled and said, "Then let's put it another way." Chen Pingan was granted amnesty. The old temple master said, "Replace it with Qingming Tianxia Fu Xuanjia and Haoran Tianxia Chen Pingan are both sword cultivators born in the same year, the same month and the same day." Chen Pingan fell backward and placed his feet on the table. "No matter what you do, I won't take care of you anymore." When they saw Yu Xian and the bright moon on the sea, Chen Pingan asked Lao Zhenren for 3 talismans that could hide his body and inhabit a mind respectively. This was a question for Yu Dao, so Yu Xian raised his hands and raised his feet, drawing 3 pocket talismans and 3 night sailing ship treasures, which could be used together, and gave them all to Chen Daoyu. It's just that Yu Xian didn't forget to remind Chen Pingan that the so-called concealment of the 3 talismans where his mind resides is also relative. Chen Pingan is now in the immortal realm and has separated his mind, which is equivalent to an earthly immortal sitting in the dojo on the top of a mountain. I can deceive you, Pooh. In fact, Yu Xian has prepared these kinds of talismans, and there are quite a lot of them. It's just that on Chen Daoyu's side, the old man can't use the talismans at his disposal. At that time, Yu Xian didn't ask Chen Pingan where the 3 pieces of his mind were. This is also the reason why the old temple master mocked Master Chen on the other side of Luopa Mountain for being so serious about seclusion. 3 pocket little men in green shirts took 3 night ships the size of mustard seeds, respectively going to Yulong sect in the South China Sea, Dadu in the middle of Tongya continent, and Qianglin sect in Luzhou in the north. When they arrived at the boundary of Yulong sect, Chen Pingan was very patient instead of driving a boat to land. Near the island of Natsu Mountain, he saw a few fishing lines as thick as the mouth of a well. It turned out that there were several chi practitioners from the lower 5 realms fishing here. As for the fishing skills, the kind of fishing that is set up at a street stall is almost on the same level as Liuxiang of Dehangshui. After waiting for a long time, I finally found a huge sea fish. It had already bitten the bait. Before the monk lifted the rod, a night boat rushed toward the fish's mouth and dived into the fish's belly in an instant. Your uncle. It turned out that all the sea fish had taken the bait and left the hook, and no movement was seen on the shore. The little man in green shirt cursed and had no choice but to leave again, driving the ferry and wandering in the water, waiting for the next sea fish to bite the hook and be caught by the guy on the shore trying his luck. The master brother on the shore who missed the fish catch later realized that he seemed to be lifting the rod in a carefree manner. Although the rod was empty, he was still excited and disappointed in every possible way. He actually had the nerve to repeat to others that it must be at least 1 fish. A big fish weighing over 100 pounds. Listening to the conversation on the shore, Chen Pingan already remembered this guy's name, Hiburua. After a long wait, as patient as Chen Pingan was, he could hardly bear to drive the ferry directly to the shore. In the past, I always felt that those who were practicing Taoism or pure martial arts, and did not use any magic, supernatural powers or infuriating means when fishing, could be considered as members of the same Taoist community and have a taste for it. I finally seized the opportunity and hid in the belly of a stupid fish, and was caught by the expert brother with a pole. As a result, the guy thought the fish was too small and threw it back into the sea. The guy was mumbling something, "Go and call your ancestors and relatives to come over." "Grandmaster He, are you playing with me? You are not in the Lujin realm, but in the immortal realm, right?" Fortunately, the chi practitioner next to Grandmaster He caught a fish and was thrown into the fish basket. As for Grandmaster He finally begged some friends for some fish and put them into his own fish basket. The journey was bumpy with the fish basket, and he was thrown into a water tank. He was told that he would eat meat in the evening and invite friends to drink some wine. They are all low-level monks from the outer sect of Yulong sect. However, due to the small number of people in the sect now, their living quarters are treated like the direct disciples of the sect in the past. After landing, Chen Pingon noticed 2 ripples in the formation. It seemed that after the Yulong sect was rebuilt, it spent a lot of money and finally restarted the mountain protecting formation according to the drawings. It is common for a new sect to welcome and send off. Normally monks in the upper 5 realms would regard it as a chore, but Nailan Saiwan enjoys it. At the beginning, Zhongli Yunshui was worried that Nailan Saiwan would be too annoyed. He was even more worried that if something went wrong, he would have to exchange identities between the sect leader and Zhonglu. Yun Zhuan, who had always disliked socializing with people, banquets, and socializing, had even made plans for her to help fend off the guests so that sect leader Nailan could concentrate on practicing his sword. Nailan Saihuan asked Yun Zhuan to stay aside. You, the manager, met the distinguished guests. After chatting for a few words, you finished talking. After you sat down, you even looked at each other. Who is the master and who needs to entertain the guests? Which makes the guests have to do everything possible to find some topics that they think you can talk to, so as to avoid being left in the cold. Besides, are these just guests? It's all money. There are many beautiful men in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and there are even more beautiful women. Nailan Saihuan is one of the best. His appearance is outstanding, and the exquisite decoration adds to the charm. The total number of dresses, jewelry and makeup that Yun Swan has used in his life may not be as much as Nailan Kaihuan's replacement in just 1 month. Today's meeting at the Zushi Hall mainly discusses the opening of a sea city. Whether it should be located at the Biyu Island ruins, and some Xianjia islands and small sects that are far away from the Yulong sect have applied to become the headquarters of the Yulong sect. The vassal, how to screen the qualifications and select the best for admission. Master Nailan wore a palace-like makeup that was fashionable in a certain Middle-earth dynasty. He wore a jade hairpin on his head, and a lifelike bright red dragonfly was cleverly carved on the end of the hairpin. Nowadays, the ancestral master hall is divided into 2 camps, the old and the new, and 2 mountains. Nailan Saihuan entered the Yulong sect with a foreign surname, and she brought a large dowry with her. There are a total of 6 earth immortal chi practitioners, 3 sword cultivators, and 3 ghosts. In fact, Nailan Saihuan, who is already a Jade Pu realm sword cultivator, claims to the outside world that he is the bottleneck of nascent soul realm. The only one who knows about this is Zhongli Yunchuan. If Nailan Saihuan hadn't brought this group of confidants, mother's family. The Yulong sect, which was rebuilt under Yunshui's hands, was in a miserable situation. Even including the vassal sects, the total number of recorded genealogy monks is less than 100. In the beginning, the only thing that could stand out in an ancestral hall was the 1 nascent soul on the 4 golden pills. Especially the old Yuanying worshipper who came from the old Biyu Island has now moved to occupy Yuhua Island. This guy named Tian Su, when he found him in Yunshui, actually said that he would become a Taoist companion with her, even if the family was separated, and the couple grew up the Yulong sect together. If she feels that it's hard to save face and it won't sound good if word spreads, the two parties can have a good time and spend a few nights together. That is to say, Yun Zhuan, who has a weak character and is in a difficult situation, is easy to talk to. Otherwise, if it were any leader of the sect in the Yupu realm, he would encounter a nascent soul realm who dared to be so reckless, not to mention killing him on the spot. It was deported. That's why Nayland Saihuan later said that she was a typical practitioner of paper skills and bamboo strips. Yun Zhuan is not upset. What sect master Nayland said is true. Cultivation is really just about cultivating the Tao, whether it's sparring with others or fighting to the death. Yun Zhuan is really in a mess. Moreover, Nayland Saihuan said something strange at the time, so that Yun Xuan did not need to belittle herself at all. When it came to fighting with others, she was not as weak as she thought. She only needed to do it again and again. The more times, the more experience she gained. Yu Yunchuan are definitely a hidden master of this art, one of the few great masters, and you can rival the immortals in the Jade Pu realm without falling behind. After Yun Zhuan heard this, he didn't take it seriously and didn't dare to take it seriously. He only took it as a few words of comfort from sect master Nayland. Nayland Saihuan sat in the middle position of the sect leader, yawning, listening to the discussion below. She really couldn't cheer up. They are all the top leaders of Yunzhu and Quan Mansion, and they discuss things there. Tian Su's merit, each one, is either a new wife or a wedding banquet, or there are a few more beautiful maids around recently. They are all the filial piety of those who want to join the Yulong sect. Either money or women, or both. Nayland Saihuan glanced at the fourth-in-command of the Yulong sect, the chief worshipper Tian Su, who was sitting upright, as if facing a formidable enemy, and not squinting. Now this old pervert is completely honest. Just because Nayland Saihuan, as the new sect master, came to Yuxian Island not long ago and took the initiative to be a guest on Yuxian Island. As soon as they met, she didn't even say a word. The old Yuanying who was the host and hurriedly came to greet her was ignored. A sword? Nayland Saihuan asked, do you understand? Old Yuanying stabilized his figure, thought for a moment, and nodded silently. Nayland Saihuan asked again, give you a chance. Do you want to withdraw from the Yulong genealogy? Old Yuanying asked whether he should leave alive and escape unscathed, or whether he should exit dead and have his name written off in the genealogy. Nayland Saihuan said nothing. Old Yuanying said that he was willing to stay in the Yulong sect for 100 years without receiving any salary. He didn't express his loyalty to the new sect leader, nor did he say any heroic words. You can't fool Nayland Saihuan. Nayland Kaihuan's business acumen is not average. As long as you can make a lot of money all the time, you must not be too stupid. In the end, Nayland Saihuan reminded the other party with a smile, if you dare to yell at our cloud signing master during the meeting in the ancestral hall in the future, and look hard into her collar, I will chop off all 3 of your legs. Old Yuanying just said that he would never dare to do it again. At that time, as the patriarch of the old Bu Island and a proud disciple who ran away with Tian Su to avoid disaster, this person could only watch. Be quiet and say nothing. How could he, a little golden elixir, dare to speak uprightly for his master? The half-sentence he said would harm him, and the half-sentence he did not say would harm his master. When Nayland Saihuan left with his sword, a full quarter of an hour passed. The Jindan monk still didn't see his master moving, so he asked carefully in his heart, Master? Tian Su didn't say anything. The master has a good attitude, always looks calm, and remains calm in times of crisis. He is worthy of being the overlord of the bottleneck in the nascent soul realm. Jindan then asked, are all the sword cultivators over there like this? Tian Su coughed lightly and said with a smile, not entirely. In terms of cunning and courage, there is no one who talks about cross-continental ferries who is not extremely smart and has seen strong winds and waves. They can't beat him, let alone him. It is said that the first person to die in Chunbanzai back then was not the boat owner or steward who caused trouble, but almost a certain female sword immortal who belonged to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. And this female swordsman is Nalan Saihuan, the new sect master who almost killed the old Yuanying with one sword. Seeing that the apprentice had been dumbfounded, Tian Su sighed, "Zhao Siyuan, don't be dumbfounded. The master is seriously injured. Please give him a hand." Jin Dan hurriedly lowered his head, stretched out his hand to help his master and walked back to the mansion together. After leaving the ferry and approaching the mansion, Tian Su's face was suddenly filled with resentment and he couldn't help but curse softly, "You Nalan, you ruined my good deeds." Jin Dan was startled and quickly reminded, "Master, be careful." Old Yuanying sighed, with a look of despair on his face, and murmured, "Zhao Siyuan, you know how to practice water and fire as a teacher, but you don't know. That girl Yunjuan has most likely learned a skill of rain. The secret of the dragon sect. Otherwise, why would you come here? Bu Island is gone. Go to Tongya continent, let alone be an aggrieved chief worshipper. You can directly establish a sect and serve as a king for a certain dynasty. Master, aren't you more carefree?" The previous sword light seemed to go straight to the Yulong sect without any delay. Whether it was the name Nalan Saihuan or today's passing sword, the people and things fit the style very well. In fact, Nalan Saihuan, whose real body was hidden in a small patch of clouds, squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, and nodded. It was generally confirmed that Tian Su was a cowardly person. A few flirtatious words frightened Yunjuan, a silly girl, without any serious thoughts at all. Nalan Saihuan could not trust this old Yuanying who had gone and returned. It's not that he is greedy for life and afraid of death. There are many Qi practitioners in the world, and he is not the only one who is afraid of death. Get up early and stay late. Busy and busy. Everyone has their own way of living. But you must not secretly collude with wild beasts. This is Nalan Kaihuan's bottom line. The discussion in the Patriarch Hall is over. Anyway, the conclusion has been decided by default. No one dares to have any objections. Nalan Saihuan kicked off her boots and sat cross-legged on a chair, leaving only the cloud signature. Seeing that the sect master was silent, Yunjuan stayed with him in a daze. After being dazed and silent for a long time, Nalan Saihuan remembered something. "Have you ever heard of the lineage of Xie Yuan and Shishan Jianin?" Yun Shuwei shook his head, "Unheard of." Nalan Saihuan frowned and said, "Back in Jinjiazu, a sword cultivator found me and wanted to recruit me into his group." Shi and Yunjuan gave a general introduction to what Xie and Shishan Jianin did. No matter what, Yunjuan, this woman, always has the kind of good luck that makes stupid people lucky. After Yunjuan heard this, he wondered, "It sounds very good. It's a hugely profitable deal, exchanging information, and communicating with each other. Why didn't the sect leader agree to them at that time?" No matter how much she doesn't understand business, she still knows a simple mountain truth: a new source of wealth often comes from a piece of news. Nalan Saihuan sneered and said, "I am a businessman full of copper odor. No matter who I do business with, I only recognize one purpose. Any benefits must be paid at the same price. If you don't care about money, you must settle the account on favors. Yes. The advantage I take from someone today can easily be the loss I have to pay back tomorrow. The more they don't talk about money, the more panicked I become. So I asked them why they didn't go to Qi Tingji and Lu Ji. The other party said it was meaningless. Of course I said I understood, but in my heart I started to curse. Well, you think I'm low-level and easy to cheat, right? Or do you think I can't do anything if I default on my debts in the future? I asked them again if they were looking for Miyu. The man was honest and said that he was not looking for him yet, but he might find the young hidden official directly in the future. Having said this, Nayland Saihuan smiled and looked at the most shameless lawyer in charge, never expecting to find that the other party was also looking at him with a playful look. Nayland Saihuan was furious. Well, even Yunsuan Zhanglu knew how to challenge herself on the issue of men and women. Yunjuan smiled and said, "Sect Master Nayland, do you still like him?" Yun Shui was stunned. Nayland Saihuan and Mi Yu are swordsmen of the same generation and about the same age. This is very troublesome. It might be better if he was a few decades or 100 years younger than Mi Yu. Nayland Saihuan was different. Back then, she was always 1 or 2 levels below Mi Yu and couldn't catch up. It wasn't until Mi Yu climbed up to the Jade Pu realm and Nayland Saihuan left Xianxian Mountain that he reached the nascent Soul realm. After everyone arrived at Harantianxia, Nayland Saihuan finally reached the Jade Pu realm. Unexpectedly, he soon received news that the guy had also broken through the realm and turned out to be a sword immortal. At Chun Banzai, a pretentious accounting table was set up at the door. In fact, Mi Yu, who had nothing to do as a doorkeeper every day, had no airs about Wei Wenlong, who was still a little Jindan at the time. In that summer palace, he faced those very hurtful people. The young swordsman who has a certain skill even puts up a posture that if anyone says 10 things to him, he will lose if he replies with 1 word. Only when it comes to Nayland Saihuan, Mi Jianxian is never fake. He puts on a serious face and spends all day together without even looking at her. When it came to talking about serious matters and checking accounts, Mi Yu still had a bad face and deliberately ignored her. Nayland Saihuan felt better in her heart. The problem was that he was very serious about these matters and even took the initiative to ask her for advice. Knowledge. How could Nayland Saihuan not gnash his teeth? Such a wolf-hearted thing. He really doesn't take my mother seriously. Back then at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Mi Yu was the one who scolded Mi Yu the most cruel and the most disrespectful, and the men were definitely not as good as the women. Nayland Saihuan was fierce with her sword on the battlefield, and she spared no effort in scolding Mi Yu. It is said that the nickname Mi Xiuhua was first given to her by Nayland Saihuan. Don't you like lying drunk in Yunxia? You are an embroidered pillow. Probably this is what is called not getting what you want. Since love is not available, love gives rise to hatred and hatred. No matter how arrogant Nayland Saihuan is, she has to admit that she used the sword to imitate Mi Yu. And she wasn't the only one who imitated it. Young swordsmen of that generation, regardless of gender, almost all liked to imitate Mi Yu's way of wielding a sword. Mi Lanyao, who is in the realm of earth and immortal, has a unique style of sword immortal. This sentence was said by the old swordsman Qin Shi himself. Among the audience at that time was Nayland Xiaowei. Of course Nayland Xiaowei listened. Moreover, Mi Yu's accumulated military exploits for killing demons with his sword were obvious to all. Moreover, Mi Yu also had an older brother, Mi Hu, who was already a swordsman at that time. No matter how you look at it, this marriage is a perfect match. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Mi Yu and Nayland Saihuan, both men and women, are talented and beautiful. Nayland Saihuan shook his head, not thinking about these troublesome things. Yun Shui stood up and left. Nayland Saihuan said with a smile, "Yunshuan, if you want to become an immortal, I have a suggestion." The cloud sign has swept out of the ancestral hall, with a graceful figure. His clothes and belt are in the wind, and the clouds and flowing water are flowing. The Yulong sect is located in the waters of the South China Sea. There is no master-slave relationship with the Nanhai Sea Monarch Mansion. Although Li Yeho, the water lord named Jiaoyue, did not come to Yulong sect in person, he sent the goddess, the chief officer of the etiquette department, to come here. In Donghaejeon Mansion, Nayland Saihwan did have some connections. Back then, she claimed to be a genealogy monk from hanging Shanshui Jing Palace, and she did business in partnership with a local female monk from Fuyao Continent named Gong Yen, nicknamed Ah Wu. Now Gong Yen has suddenly changed and become rich and famous. She has become the head of the secretary of the Imperial School of Donghai Prefecture. In the officialdom of Haoran Shanshui, she is regarded as a first-class beautiful official and is very noble. The key is that at the same time, Gong Yen also served as the inspection department. Before resigning to make way for the next person, Gong Yen could be said to be a big shot with both virtual and real power. Yun Zhuan became more and more certain that making Nayland Saihwan the leader was the wisest choice. Nayland Saihwan only read business classics and account books, and didn't read many miscellaneous books. He recognized the person on Fuyazu Mountain. Now when I look at the thin beauty in front of me, who is the boss of my house and makes me pity every woman I see, I feel like Yun Zhuan and Gong Yen, hey hey. Xiao Yunyan and Mrs. Ruyan are the registered guests of Yulong sect, and they must be the ones who do not receive salary. When it comes to business and abacus, Nayland Saihwan considers himself to be the third in the Sword Chi Great Wall, but no one dares to compete with him for second place. Who is first? Why did Chun Banzai and Ma Yuanzi disappear back then? Even a mat has been rolled away by you. Paying homage to the little accountant Nayland Yudo of Jiantai, according to her seniority, the little girl has to call Nayland Saihwan grandma. At a young age, he has already learned how to do business with Master Ingguan. In some branches of Luopa Mountain's main financial avenues, the little girl has a shareholding and dividends. Although the amount is not large, it can be compared with that guy Nayland Saihwan was in awe of him, he was the future pillar of the family. At that time, Nayland Saihwan received the instruction from the young hermit official, which was roughly equivalent to receiving a decree issued by a summer palace. Nayland Saihwan left Xianshan Mountain and headed to Fuyao Island, where he temporarily took over a leaderless landscape cave. During this period, he met a good business partner, a female nun named Gong Yen, from Yupu realm. She emptied the Shanshui cave property, not to mention the treasury and the secret realm, which had to be dug up and down. Even the more than 20 chairs in the Patriarch Hall were not spared. Even the secret spittoons on the mountain and the toilets for female nuns were all resold by Nayland Saihwan and exchanged them all for real gold, silver and fairy money. Make money, don't be embarrassed. Nayland Saihwan also met a gentleman from the Confucian Temple who was responsible for the finance of Shanshui Cave at that time. It is precisely the high level of the deputy headmaster of Laiyuan Academy. It's not just how much you sell, it's all on Kaihuan's business. She only charges 20% of the profit. Even so, that's not old or young. So she is still very motivated. After that, Nayland Saihwan went to Jinjiazu and Lixiazu, where no business could be done. Now, not talking about private money, she only said that she had 6 square-inch items and 2 close-to-hand items. Yunzhuan left the ancestral master hall and had no intention of practicing qi training for the time being, so she started walking in the ancestral mountain. As the ancestral mountain of the Yulong sect, it is said that they are 2 opposing islands. In fact, one of them alone would occupy a larger area than the capital of many small countries. Previously, Nayland Saihwan took it upon herself to recruit a direct disciple for her. He is a young man holding a jade sign. The apprenticeship ceremony handed over by Nayland Saihwan was a jade tablet in the style of Wu Shipai. Note, Chapter 927 Borrowing thousands of mountains and waters with you, 8. On one side are the 4 characters, Jinchi Great Wall, engraved in seal script, and on the other side are the words, Haoran Tianxia, in regular script. On the side of the Sword Chi Great Wall, there is also the word Guan, inscribed in small seal script, plus a number in small regular script. Since it is the apprenticeship ceremony, This nothing card is now the object signed by Yun. Yun Shui likes to frown slightly subconsciously, always so sentimental. When I accidentally came here from Shuijing Palace to attend a meeting, how could it be so deserted along the way? I used to avoid people, but now it's not easy to meet anyone. Her senior sister was the sect leader who had driven her to Daishian Mountain to take charge of Shuijing Palace. Only in one thing did he lose to the junior sister Yunjuan, who looked down upon him in every possible way. Apart from the founder and an ancestor of Zhongxing who signed an alliance with Jialonggu, after 1,000 years, only Yunshuikshu became the Yulong sect's hibiscus warm tent, Yunyu realm. It is indeed a secret that is not passed down. In each generation, only 2 or 3 people are carefully selected and the secret teaching is passed down orally. If you fail to learn within 1 year, your memory will be erased. In fact, the founder of the Yulong sect once made a rule that no matter who becomes the sect leader in the future, if that person is unable to practice this method, then as long as he succeeds, he can immediately become the sect leader. But cloud signing is hard to talk about. The senior sister, on the other hand, was unwilling to give up her seat. The 2 senior sisters have a tacit understanding, one pretends that he has not learned it, and the other pretends that he has not learned it. Yunjuan sighed quietly, the sea breeze blew over her face, ruffling her temples, and her robe was blown to one side. The already beautiful woman became more and more curved. Although the sect has a small number of people for the time being, because the sect leader is Nailan Saihuan, most of the young genealogy monks now are the direct descendants of the ones that Yunjuan took away from Shuijing Palace back then, because they are hanging upside down. The mountain cultivators are actually more knowledgeable than the Yulong sect's ancestral mountain cultivators. In their spare time, they talk about the stories and anecdotes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi with great relish, which is a common occurrence. There are some unsubstantiated gossips, and they also say that they have noses and eyes. They like to arrange seats for the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They often disagree with each other and get red-faced. There are also some people who talk about the young hermit official. They like to make fun of their classmates who have average qualifications. They like to say, when you are away from home and traveling around the world, you are a student of the young hermit officer, and you have surpassed the 10 realms. Those with poor qualifications really feel that practicing Taoism is not easy and the work is hard. When you can't hold on, just think of Lord Yinguan, who puts on women's clothes, walks out of the summer palace and goes to the battlefield to kill monsters. Yunjuan looked dazed and stretched out his hand to smooth the black hair on his temples. She came back to her senses and quickly waved her sleeves to dispel the signs of cloud and rain. The new sect leader, the new offerings, the new genealogy, everything is a new look for the Yulong sect. There are still a few old people, who were once emperor and courtiers. Now this group of old Yulong sect elders, including the 2 earthly immortals Tian Su and Zhao Xiyuan, are actually sitting on the bench. In the northeastern sea of Yulong sect, about 1,000 miles away, there is the largest vassal island named Yuxian Island. This name seems to come from the fact that in history, some enlightened people became immortals here. The monks on Yuhua Island have recognized this for hundreds of years. The elders of the sect said so, and so did the elders of the sect. That's right. In fact, none of the younger generation of genealogy monks believe this rhetoric, not even the people who say it, let alone the outsiders who listen to it. Yuhua Island was lucky. The Bai Jade Master Jingyu evacuated an upside-down mountain. After the wild monsters broke through the Great Sword Qi Wall and invaded Haoran, they may have really been sheltered by the Yuhua Ascension Immortal, but it was occupied by a big monster as a private residence. Waited until the wild monsters came like a tide, and then retreated. The monks who hid the God Lord and took refuge on the island returned to Yuhua Island, packed up, and found that they could still be used, together with the jasper that was destroyed and eventually became a ruins. The close proximity of the islands creates a stark contrast. As for the island owner being replaced by Tian-su, in fact, it is a trivial matter in comparison. In such a chaotic world where everyone in the Ascension realm is about to fall, those of them who will never reach the threshold of the fifth realm in their lifetimes are truly lucky among misfortunes to be able to survive, escape from disaster, and return to the old mountain gate. Back in the day, when the sect was at its peak, the Yulong sect owned 27 vassal islands outside of the ancestral mountain. Every vassal mansion or sect that needed to pay tribute to the Yulong sect had a ferry built, but each ferry the size of the area is calculated based on how many talisman boats can be accommodated at the same time. The Yulong sect has a quota, but it can be increased or decreased every 10 years. It is said that each seat in the Patriarch Hall is controlled by the worshippers who are relatively close to the front. The power of life and death that controls one or two fairy island ferries is not included in the salary, and is euphemistically called Bingjing. Therefore, Yulong sect does not need cross-continental ferries at all. It only needs to do business with those cross-continental ferries and make a lot of money by collecting rent. A sect, like an officialdom, together with the ancestral mountain and vassal genealogy monks, plus the relatives of the immortals, maids, and miscellaneous servants, the total number is more than 30,000. The Yulong sect is divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels, with a total of 22 levels. It can be regarded as immortal and secular, and everyone has hope. Near Yuhua Island is the jade-like island that is rich in a kind of fairy tourmaline. You can make money by buying it. If the local sect had not strictly controlled output, made up its mind, and made long-term plans, it would have made a lot of money long ago. This Jasper Island was once the leading immortal mansion among the sects of the Yulong sect. As a result, when the wild demon clan poured into Hauran like a tide, like locusts crossing the border, they devoured every bit of Jasper Island and left it bare. When old Yuaning Tiansu returned with a group of disciples, he had no choice but to move to Yuhua Island next door. The other sect is quite sensible and is happy to be the deputy leader with his back against a big tree to enjoy the shade. As the master's beloved disciple, Jin Dan Zhao Ciyuan, the master of the law in the past on Biu Island, saw the ruins and felt extremely regretful. If I had known this, I might as well have started digging into the mountains and mining. Tian Su, who was recuperating in seclusion, walked out of the dojo. For some reason, old Yuaning felt a little irritable, so he came out to relax. Sensing the master's aura, Zhao Ciyuan, who had just been promoted to head, hurriedly came closer, not daring to neglect the master. The master and the disciple climbed up to the ascension platform on the top of the mountain together and looked into the distance. Tian Su looked towards Jiaolong Valley. Yulong sect and Jialonggu have been neighbors in the mountains since ancient times, not too far, not too close, and just the right distance apart. If they are too close, it will be easy to grab territory and compete for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's too far away, so there's no such thing as neighbors. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Coupled with the fact that the two sides are in harmony, the relationship has always been very good. The dragons that go to Nanpajuo Island to spread clouds and rain often end up exhausted on the way back. This is what boatmen at sea call a tired dragon falling into the sea. The chi practitioners of the Yulong sect will lend a hand to help circulate the water veins, add fuel to the fire, and float back. Jialonggu. At the same time, as a reward, the Yulong sect has a quota of direct disciples of the Ancestral Hall every year, holding customs clearance certificates, and they are qualified to go to the depths of Jiaolong Valley to practice water magic there. Zhao Ciyuan asked in a low voice, "Master, are you worried?" As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhao Ciyuan felt that he had said nonsense. The master was almost chopped to pieces by that woman with a sword, and not long ago he resigned from the position of leader out of frustration. If the master has nothing to worry about, it is not because he is good at cultivating qi, but because he is careless. It seems that I still haven't cultivated my mind enough. Facing the domineering Nalan Saiwan, I have panicked. Tian Su spoke from his heart, it's nothing to worry about. I just thought of a young man who seemed to have great luck, but just a little bit of luck. He was a poor man who had a higher heart than the sky and once felt that he was destined to be his destiny. Zhao Xiyuan hesitated for a moment. Master, are you talking about Fu Ku, the direct descendant of the Yulong sect? Fu Ku was once the youngest golden elixir immortal in the history of Yulong sect who was recognized as having the best qualifications, luck and fortune. Of course, this boy's beauty is even more impressive. After all, he is a monastic genius who hopes to become the first male sect leader of Yulong sect. Nestled in the red and green, enjoy the blessings of the people of Qi. Any female cultivator who is the direct descendant of Yulong sect, hey. Not to mention 2 people. Tian Su smiled and said, back then, he was full of confidence in his future. To be precise, he was ambitious. He looked down on the fairy Su Jia of Xingyang Mountain and thought she was a freewheeling chicken. He felt that there was a chance to defeat Luo Jia of the Sword Qi Great Wall. True meaning, Situ Wei Ran, embrace me together. Zhao Xiyuan was stunned, is this kid crazy? In the Yulong sect, you Fu Ku can do whatever you want, but when it comes to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, you are nothing. As for why the master knew such secrets. Whether it was Fu Ku who told the master himself or not, Zhao Xiyuan was not curious and would never investigate. Tian Su tried his best to suppress the ripples in his heart. Old Yuanying put his hands in his sleeves and rubbed his fingers. What fell from the fingertips was all ashes. Like weeds every year, they can never be removed. That kid Fu Ku once said something in his heart, and he was half right. It's a pity that the beasts in the wild world are so useless. Then the master said something, which made Zhao Xiyuan feel a chill down his spine and he looked around. Tian Su put his hands in his sleeves and said calmly, since we are visiting Yuhua Island, then the visitor is a guest, so there is no need to hide him. The sky and the earth were silent, and Zhao Xiyuan was frightened. A moment later, Zhao Xiyuan was even more horrified. It turned out that Master Tian Su actually transformed into a feather and ascended, his body turned into a white rainbow, and disappeared in an instant. Then there was a man in green shirt with a hosta on his head, stepped out from the moon phase of the precious light, went straight to the ascension platform, and said to himself, it seems that it is not the Chuanjiao mountain Taoist, but most of them are he is one of the 20 people. No wonder he dare not see me. Could it be that Tian Su is the founder of Yulong sect? What do you think, Master Zhao? Zhao Xiyuan looked confused and was horrified in his heart. This unknown immortal with great supernatural powers, to be honest, I feel like I don't know anything. The divine continent of Middle-earth, the mountain and sea sect. As the old saying goes, the dog watches the night and the chicken watches the morning. The rooster crows and the sky begins to dawn, urging the bride on earth to put on her splendid makeup. Early in the morning, a little girl is holding her beloved oil paper umbrella that she carries with her all year round. When we walked to the seaside and the sky was blue, after finding the same spot and stopping at the same place, the little girl still opened her umbrella and curled up, as if she was hiding in the umbrella. Looking all the way, you can see Aquarius Island. Even if you can't see it, your hometown is right there. The little girl muttered something. Her name is Xinghua, and she said she chose it by herself. First, the sect leader Nalan Xianqiu, who had a dry cigarette stick tied to his waist, came here to sit down and started to smoke. As for the appearance of the master of the Shanhai sect, I don't know who gave the description, the beauty of a woman, thousands of words, are all in this body. So Nalan Xianqiu is naturally a very beautiful woman. Then there is Feitsue, a female ghost who looks like a girl. She was forced into seclusion in the past and wanted to become an immortal. However, she failed to survive the tribulation and had to be transformed into a ghost. The only advantage may be that her previous appearance was not good-looking. Now she is much younger and more beautiful. Zhu Hua comes from the old Beiyue territory of the Greatly dynasty of Aquarius continent. He is a little elf who considers himself diligent and the most serious about his job. One early morning, she was wandering on the mountain road, and then she was bumped into by a woman in Xing-yi with long braids. Note, Chapter 631, The light wind melts with the moon. After that, the little spirit started hanging out with the sister in Qingyi who really liked eating cakes and seemed to be unable to cheer up every day. The little girl put away the oil paper umbrella, used it as a hammer, swung it vigorously, and muttered words alone. Zhenghua often talks about this, and the two listeners on the side have long been used to it. If you remove the onomatopoeia that the little girl added randomly, the content of a few hundred words is actually a sword-making formula. Feitsue found it interesting and asked with a smile, "Zhenghua, my thoughts are pouring out like a fountain today. Is this a new song you made up?" The little girl stopped and said angrily, "Someone else taught me." After carrying it for a long time, she said that if I couldn't carry it down, she would eat me. I won't be hungry, but it will fill my teeth. Feitsue Xiao asked, "Zhenghua, why don't you a straw man and show off today?" The little girl said angrily, "I forgot to bring it." Nalin Xianxiu smiled and said, "The authorities don't care. You are a little girl picked up by them. Why do you want to fight for her?" The little girl put her hands on her hips and her cheeks were bulging. "Just wait, I will meet the bad guy, and I will give him a good punch." Feitsue held back her laughter. Nalin Xianxiu exclaimed, "We met before, why didn't I see you punch?" The little girl asked in confusion, "What?" Nalin Xianxiu smiled, "It's nothing." In Luzhou, Beiju, at Qingliang's sect, He Xiaoliang was sitting here under the eaves. Bai Chang's plan to break through seclusion failed, and a carefully planned ambush was launched. If the Chunyang Taoist priest hadn't taken action, it would have been difficult for He Xiaoliang to escape from the Ascension realm by Chang. In this matter, it was indeed He Xiaoliang who took the initiative to provoke Bai Shang. This kind of person who frequently cuts off the path of the road and fights on the mountain, with the names of Master Lu Qin and Bai Yujing, cannot scare anyone. Even if Bai Shang killed He Xiaoliang on the spot, it was He Xiaoliang who asked for it. It could be regarded as a catastrophe destined for her. No matter how lazy Master Lu is willing to make an exception for his disciples, it's hard to say or do anything. Not long ago, a ray of sword light fell straight down, cutting off a section of He Xiaoliang's wrist on the spot. He Xiaoliang spent a lot of time to repair the broken wrist, and many of the treasures of heaven and earth were wasted. After all, it was the sword light of a 14th realm sword cultivator. Two things in succession did not go well. He Xiaoliang didn't look depressed at all, and he was definitely not faking it. There is a string of bells hanging under the eaves, which seem to be tinkling in the breeze as they walk by, saying Prajna. There are 3 female disciples, their Taoist names are Qingya, Deijiu and Ganji. They gathered together and spent their time leisurely with their master. The young female crown prince with the Taoist name Ganji has always felt that her master is partial. Even if the Taoist title is not pleasing to the eye, even the return gift for her apprenticeship was so careless back then. What was given to the 2 senior sisters was either the colorful elk or something close at hand. As a result, he gave her a few oranges that were not worth a few cents in the market. I saw Qingya for the first time, saw the ferry at Deijiu Mountain again, and met again at the Luzhou beach in Beiju. On a brand new cross-continental ferry, Jia Xing, as the new chief steward, brought along me to Jianxian, the chief minister of the next sect. Generally speaking, one must have a nascent soul realm to control the fairy. Of course, if there is a Jade Poo realm, that would be the best. Immortal Jia is blind and very discerning. According to the old cook, if Dao Chang Jia really went to Gongmen to practice, it would be easy for him to become the kind of person who orders dough and approves notes every day. Of course, with Jia Xing's current state, he has long since mastered the art of telepathy. So Jia Lao Shinxian laid down a table of delicacies, and while he was still drunk, he asked Chief Mi if he would be interested in escorting fairies in the future. Miyu became excited as soon as he heard this, saying why he was not interested, he must have it. On the boat, you can also open the mirror flowers and moon. Jia Xing said that this fairy was not going to Beiju Luzhou, but was going to Nampaswazu, Yulongzong Jialonggu and Fuyazhou. Miyu was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it again, he thought it was pretty good. Just like Tianshi Zhao Tianlai returned to Longhu Mountain. Master Huolong also returned to Beiju Luzhou from the wilderness, and for the first time, he closed the mountain and asked the Taoist priests and Taoist boys to move to other mountains first. In order to show the solemnity of this retreat, a futon was brought from disciple Zhang Shanfeng's house, and the old master sat on it. As soon as he sat down, he went to find a pot of wine in another house. It is difficult to talk to younger people about some of their own practices. It feels dead quiet in the busy thoroughfares, but the quiet valley turns into noisy. Since the Taoist name is Huolong Zhenren, he is also a great celestial master with a foreign surname on Longhu Mountain, and he is proficient in fire and thunder methods, so it is most logical and reasonable. In fact, the old master is of fire, thunder, and water magic. 3 tops. The sun is high in the sky, and the sunshine is shining down on the world, but in the eyes of the old man, it is a veritable torrential fire rain. The way up is down. My way has been accomplished. Az just recently had 2 more people from the 14th realm, so they dared to compete with Pindao for the word north. If you have the ability to fight alone. I sent a letter home from the mountain to Shangzong, signed Liu Baixiang. The old cook held his nose and opened the letter. Jin Qing, the divine king of Zishan Mountain in Zhongyue, although his relationship with Wei Yao and Master Qin is very average, he has a very good relationship with Liu Baixiang, whose genealogy is in Luola Mountain. Liu Baixiang's 2 direct disciples, sister and brother Yuanbao Yuanlai, have already had their own sect there. But Zhu Lian didn't expect Liu Baixiang to be so thick-skinned. He said that he had accepted a new group of disciples and invited the mountain master to sit there and teach him some good boxing skills. Zhu Lian replied directly with a letter. You first ask Jin Shenjun clearly whether our mountain master needs to prepare gifts when we arrive at the border of Diaozi Mountain, and whether we will participate in the Zhongyue night tour banquet where people are better than others. In Luoluo Mountain, on Jilingfang Road. The left guardian of the Riding Dragon Alley, named Han Lu, has never refined his form. He just wanders around the streets and alleys of small towns and the mountains and plains every day. Today it is patrolling the mountain with the right protector. The little girl in black, carrying a cotton bag across her body, showed off a crazy swordsmanship. I heard Pei Qian say that there is a gang in the world that is invincible, and its name is the Tianqiao sect. The most powerful thing is that as long as you punch and place an empty bowl, you can earn copper coins like a rain. The new leader. This is the Dharma protector. Pei Qian taught Xiao Mili the crazy swordsmanship and peerless boxing skills. He praised her as a prodigy with some attainments in boxing and swordsmanship. Jumping up and down, walking quickly, raising legs high, using boxing boots, body spinning like a top, energy sinking in dantian, humming ha. Recite the formula in the secret book loudly, pick a needle with your finger, sweep a large area with your fist, punch like an arrow, close the fist like a flying sword. All the coins come into my bowl. Protectors were left silently. Between Jisa Peak Mountain Road. A little girl in black and a boy with white hair, both of the same height. The white-haired boy opened his voice, his face flushed, and he raised his arms and shouted, "Ancestor Ingguan, take a puff of dry cigarettes, your magic power is boundless. Ancestor Ingguan, drink some wine, your sword skills will reach the sky." Xiaomi Li gave a thumbs up. Oh, it rhymes. Taking advantage of Lord Ingguan's absence, the genealogy officer quickly expressed his loyalty. What? Why didn't you show off when Lord Ingguan was present? Good question. That's not a sign of loyalty, that's flattery. It is not the act of a strong-willed hero of our generation. Right, Lord Protector, right. In late spring, the grass grows, orioles fly, and the mountain flowers bloom. They came to a quiet place with osmanthus trees on both sides of the road. They squatted in the shade of the trees, whispered to each other, ate melon seeds, and chatted. Wait until the spring breeze calls for summer, and summer calls for neighbors. Wait until the osmanthus blooms here in autumn, and the fragrance hits your face. You can smell the fragrance for miles, and you can walk leisurely and enter the world of golden millet. In Fiola Dojo, Shanju Chen was quietly carving words at his desk. The old temple master stood beside him, with one hand behind his back and the other holding a blue brick. He nodded in appreciation and said, "With this hand, Chen Daoyu is proficient in the pavilion style. If he takes part in the imperial examination, he can be named on the gold list." You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.